Like that.
Woo, somebody's all garbled up.
Yeah, you guys are scratchy again.
Scratchy again?
Yep.
Is it all of us or just Joe?
Just Joe. No.
Or is it just us?
Just you guys.
We have notorious mic problems.
Just you guys.
Matt, you were a bit scratchy then as well.
Was I? My mic's kind of sitting far away. How's that? Is that any better for me?
We're live.
Alive.
Ooh, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
My mic's kind of sitting far away.
Mike's scratchy.
Whoever's got YouTube.
That was
streaming.
me.
Okay.
That shouldn't have been coming out of. I don't know what's going on with my sound system right now.
You gotta. When it rains, it pours, right?
Yeah.
10 people online.
I'm trying to get into the chat right now. If you guys want to go ahead and start the introduce or give it a couple minutes for people to get into the stream, that's fine.
Wait a minute or two.
The loudest keyboard in the world right here.
Notorious JMT. Yes.
Oh, there's a great face for me.
I say that every day I look at the mirror.
Hold on, let me go full screen on this Hangout once. Where's that?
What is?
What's going on, guys?
There we go. Can you see that now?
That's hilarious. What was I thinking?
I was video chatting with Chris the other day, and he caught a screen grab of me as I refreshed or something, and it was just the most retarded looking screen grab.
Those are the best though when you're like caught and you're just like,
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna tweet this out from the F3D PCH account here in a second when I figure out what I'm doing.
And we were up to 20. We're back down to 19 watching.
do you have to grow a beard? No, I don't think so.
5 of those are probably us.
Have to grow a beard for what?
Robert Hupp, he goes, if I start a 3D printing channel, do I have to grow a beard?
Yes,
At least some scruff.
It is a requirement.
At least some scruff.
Oh man.
Yeah, but you're a sailor. You get a free pass.
All right, I guess if you guys want to go ahead and get started, we can start with the intros. Geek Tech guys, we'll let you guys take the lead since it's your channel.
All right.
Hey guys, how's it going? We're Geek Tech. I'm Draco.
Yep.
This is Bones.
Yep. We're here to do a thing.
To do a thing. Okay.
To do a thing. Don't knock my whatever.
We're fairly new to the group, and we're here to hang out, essentially. Yeah. So, what are we working on? Other than trying to rebuild the printer.
Other than trying to rebuild the printer? Not much, man. Just looking at different filaments and stuff. Rebuilding the printer again.
Fun. We get caught on the spot like that.
Yeah,
You're just like, all of a
uh,
sudden, I can't think anymore.
Quit browbeating me.
What are you guys? Oh God! This is too much pressure.
Pardon me while I exercise some ADD and put filament in one of my printers. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we all kind of got to the stream a little bit late tonight.
Yep.
I was not doing 3D printing. I was installing a door.
I mean, that's fair.
It's still making.
It sure is. You know what the good part and bad part is? I didn't have the camera rolling when I was doing it.
Oh damn!
I
was building a new socket for a tube amplifier. That was kind of neat.
I told my wife she is my least favorite wife at this point.
She is your least favorite wife?
Out of how many?
Just the one. I couldn't handle more than one.
I
No
couldn't.
offense. I love my wife. I'll say that much. But yeah, I couldn't handle more than one wife.
I couldn't handle more than one wife. I'd kill myself. It's not worth it.
There's already too much drama in my life with one. Why would I want to double that?
All right, so
Bad day.
do you want to? Who? Everybody's got to introduce themselves. Guys, do you want me to take the lead on the stream, or do you want to, since it's your channel, or how do you guys want to go?
This is the first stream we've been.
This is the first stream we've actually been a part of, so by all means, go on ahead. We're gonna sit here and make funny faces.
Okay, that works. I'm good at that too. All right, so for all the Geek Tech viewers that are in the chat and coming on, maybe watching this in the future, what you're watching is the Friday night 3D printing community hangout. It's a lot of us that are content creators, streamers on YouTube, streamers on Twitch. We all get together on Friday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern, which is 2 a.m. UTC, and discuss 3D printing. Each week we're picking some main topics, and we're going to discuss that. We can take questions from the chat. There are quite a few of us viewing the chat. So if you have questions, throw them in there, and we'll try our best to get to each one of you. There's a few other content creators that are going to be in the chat as well. People may pop in, pop out of the stream. It's typically the way we go. Usually we're trying to get the topics in and discussed within the first 2 hours. After that, it's kind of like a free-for-all. Sometimes we go 4.5 hours. Sometimes we only go 2 hours on the stream. So I'll start out with myself. My name's Matt. My channel is How I Do It. You'll see me in the chat as How I Do It. I, so far on my channel, have focused a lot on 3D printing. However, I use the hashtag generalist because instead of just being a maker, I have a general knowledge on all kinds of tasks. I do heating and air conditioning for my day-to-day job. I'm into electronics, woodworking, metalworking, 3D printing. So that's I've been the organizer of the streams. Started out with the first two, and it's kind of taken off from there that it became a weekly thing. So let's see, Ryan, you're first in my lineup on Hangout, so we'll just go right down the line.
Boom. Firstly up. Many of you might know me. Many of you might not know me. I'm Ryan, 3D printed Aspie. I do 3D printing and ZBrush modeling, or just 3D modeling in general. I've been working on Superman. I started it in the live stream the other day, and I'm just still working on it. And recently I've been printing skulls. I printed the bones from on Thingiverse. I got the Raven skull, just for a reference model if I ever decide to do a bird or a raven or anything like that. I printed the wolf skull, and at the moment I'm printing the hell skull, but I had a bit of an issue with the with the filament running out. So I had to do a quick change, and now I'm using it was black. It started off as black, but now it's got sort of halfway up the horns, and the filament switched to white. So it should be cool. And when it finishes, I'll show it off.
Sorry about that. The cat was trying to jump into the camera.
I do eject my cat from the recording studio.
Eject your cat. Yeah. It's normally ejecting the dog. Yeah, but that's about it from me. I'll pass the bullet, as they say, or pass the buck, and let someone else take over.
Don't everybody jump at once now.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. Chris, you're next in the lineup.
I'm next. Okay, I'm Chris Russell, Practical Printing. My channel focuses on practical items rather than benchies and Groots. But in real life, I'm a technology consultant. My background, though, is I've got hands-on with woodworking, metalworking, and electronics, and just about everything that you could, throw your knuckles at. So I'm kind of a fairly well versed in a little bit of everything, kind of enough to be dangerous, but know how to not start a fire. And I'll leave it at that.
No fire here yet, by the way.
You're muted there, I think, Matt.
Sorry about that. It was asked in the chat that if we're not the ones on mic, that we mute ourselves just to prevent some background noise and stuff. So if you guys could. All right, Chris, you're good. Joe Mike, you're next.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Hi. I'm Joe Mike Terranella, if you want to mess with the last name. I have to, so you probably should too. I am a technology, I don't know what you'd call it, aficionado, I guess. I do everything from computers to 3D printing to cameras to a whole bunch of stuff. 3D printing's been one of those things that started off as kind of a hobby and has grown into a slight obsession. I've got a bunch of them going on right now because I'm getting ready for an event tomorrow. But yeah, I absolutely love everything 3D printing brings to the table. More than that, I absolutely love the community, that the 3D printing community and the maker community. So yeah, I just enjoy doing tutorials. I enjoy bringing knowledge that I learn out to the masses and hope that they can learn something too. So yeah.
All right. Nilla, you're next.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Nillabean. I'm a dude in his basement with a webcam and a 3D printer. I do stuff on YouTube, do like some really basic tutorials. Lately, I've been focusing on like 3D printed like wargaming terrain and stuff a lot. It's something that allows me to overlap 3D printing with like another passion I have. So been trying to like dig out a niche there a little bit. But beyond that, stream a couple times a day, 3D printing related stuff. That's about it. Dude in his basement. And I'm kind of like, I can relate to Mike. I'm kind of into a bunch of stuff. Like I like radio controlled stuff, kind of into photography, retro gaming and consoles. Been a computer nerd since like the late 80s. So yeah, if you can plug it in, I'm probably kind of interested in it. It's kind of one of those deals. So
Hey, everybody. Somebody wants to say hi real quick. Go ahead, say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Sorry about that. Thanks for saying hi to her, guys. Bedtime. So let's see. Mike, you're next.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, I'm Mike. I'm from Neo Portnoy 3D Printing. We focus on just kind of like family-oriented 3D printing with some reviews and some technical stuff. Right now, we are in the process of building a D-bot and going through like a little bit of it at a time, publishing that online. In my day job, I am a biomed tech at a hospital here in South Carolina, which means I repair most medical equipment. Yeah, it kind of exposes me to a lot of different aspects of technology. So I try to adapt that into what I do with my 3D printing and stuff like that. So that's pretty much it.
All right. Mitch, you popped in here. Almost missed you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Mitch. Mitch3D.com. Goes to my channel. I just got that going. I do kind of more, I guess, more in-depth videos on printing. Recently did one on Octoprint, my Octoprint setup using the Raspberry Pi Zero W. And I've built several rep wraps, so I like going more in depth on that. And also I'm probably going to start doing videos on the Form 2 printer as well. But actually I'm showing off the a whiteboard plotter that I made, or kind of partially designed and used some open source software, and it's actually drawing something right now.
Mitch, you gonna still make a drum set?
Sure, I would love to collaborate on that. I have to get like the actual dimensions of the heads and, actually how they actually work.
About that.
After drums. Yeah,
Just
we can make a bass
eyeball.
drum. Yeah. If some of the filament sponsor wants to sponsor me, I'll print a full size like acoustic Tallman 910. That would be a good idea.
All right. Did we get everybody's intros? All right. So in the chat, just so everybody knows who is not a follower of all of ours, we've got Heather in the chat from Apyro Design. There's Vicky from T-Gall 3D. Lucky 13 Vinyl is in the chat. And most of us on the stream are in the chat. If I missed anybody else that's a content creator in the chat, sorry, just kind of shout out to me and I'll shout out that you're in the chat. So guys, I'm still sort of playing a little bit of catch up. Let's start off with projects that you guys are currently working on. Kind of start back in the same order that we were. Ryan, what's your current projects that you're working on?
ZBrush projects. I'll list them off because that'll be easier. I'm working on Chihiro from Spirited Away, the little girl from Spirited Away, to go with my no-face sculpt. I've still got Davy Jones in the pipeline. I'm gonna redo Deadpool with a few different extras like a hole in the head and things like that. I'm working on Gohan from Dragon Ball Z. I've got a baby Groot I'm working on as well, from the new movie. Princess Poppy's still going, but she's got a funny shaped face. It's really tricky because, without having decent reference, it's hard to get reference. It's either 3/4 view or straight on, and it's hard to get a decent reference. What else? Star-Lord mask, Stitch version 2, Superman, and that's it for now. Print related, I'm going to be printing a few different references, skulls, things that I sculpt. I'm going to try and sculpt a few skulls and heads and bits and bobs, so I've got actual reference to work from to help me when I'm sculpting. And I started a new project last week, where I'm gonna sculpt in monster clay, traditionally sculpt a 1/6 scale male human and cast that, so I've got that as a reference as well. So yeah, that's about all I'm working on at the minute.
All right, Chris, what projects do you have in the oven?
Good boy. This weekend I don't have a lot going on with Easter. I guess this weekend's projects are going wine tasting and consuming tacos. Other than that, I did a video last week on the B3i tiny little guy, B3i Pico hybrid hot end. Put a video out on that last week, and I'm still working up an extruder carriage for that. So that should be coming soon, and hopefully getting that wired in. So hopefully next week after the holiday weekend, I'll be back on that. Also trying to play a little bit with the fidgets, kind of starting to get that buzz and or that bug, I should say. Other than that, I don't have a lot actively going on, but I have a lot of things kind of in the back of my head that I'm working on. I think there's a few things that you and I are working on, Matt, that people will see here in the near future.
If I quit dragging my feet. I'm the hold up on that one.
Nah, timing is everything.
All right. Is that all you had, Chris?
That's it.
All right. Geek Tech guys, I should have started with you guys since it is your channel that we're streaming on tonight.
That's fine.
That's all right, man. It's no big deal. So,
Let you start.
we've got a couple things that we're working on. One of which is where we've been trying to design a couple of I forgot the name of the damn thing. The Pit Boys from Fallout 4. We've been redesigning one of them. As you can see behind me, we ordered the limited edition Fallout 4 game when it came out. And the puny little thing that it comes with is made for a small child's arm, but it is a really cool collector's piece, and I'm big on video game collection stuff. But I got the strange idea. I wanted to make it functional. So we're trying to print out a design of that we've kind of blown up. Unfortunately, the first piece looked like it would fit like the arm of Andre the Giant, so we had to start over.
And then the printer exploded.
And then the printer broke. So we're working with the Raspberry Pis, basically trying to rewrite the program. Probably should have said before.
Trying to do an OS that looks like the OS from Fallout for a Raspberry Pi, based probably in like Linux or something of the nature.
Cool.
And that's what he's mostly working on. He's a software guy. I build, I'm more of technical stuff, so I build hardware and fix broken, exploded printers and do other things like that. I've been working on, at home, I'm working on, like I said earlier, a new carriage for a tube amplifier. And doing windings for a guitar pickup, because I do a bit of this and a bit of that. I wanted to make a winder, like a winder with a counter. I want to get one of those designed in like SketchUp or something and print it out, and then build a counter that'll click over so I can actually count my magnet wire windings on my core.
Cool.
Just something small.
All right. Joe Mike, you got a lot going on in the background there.
Oh, yeah. Mostly what I've been doing is just, I've got a ham thing. So I'm an amateur radio operator as well. And amateur radio operators have these things called ham fests, ham bashes, whatever. It's basically kind of like a rep rap festival or maker fair, but for hams. And I'm going to a local one here in KC. It's the biggest one. And I'm bringing the printers, bringing a lot of documentation about the Rep Rap project. So I'll have my Prusa there, 2 Folger Techs, and a Monoprice Mini, kind of showing off what 3D printing can do, how it applies to ham radio. So I've been printing off ham-related stuff, which is all strewn about the office at the moment. But like, here's a simple like Morse paddle key thing that I have yet to assemble. I got the dropsies again tonight. But yeah, so I just want to kind of help people who are, these guys are already knee deep into tinkering and technology, and they love it. And that is basically what 3D printing is, especially if you're a kit builder. So I was there last year with my single kit and got huge reception. So this year I'm just scaling up and going all out. And so yeah, I just hope to pique more people's interest in 3D printing. I'll have the FT5 doing the long prints, hope maybe even the full 400 build height on that. I'll have the console going, and everyone is always enamored by a Delta running because it's voodoo magic. And then just some other stuff. But yeah, that's been what's been taking up my time lately, so I haven't had a lot of other projects in the mix other than just getting ready for this. But after this, I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe go back to sewing.
All right, Mike,
Water basket
what do you
week.
got going on?
Hey, sorry about that. My screen kind of blacked out on me. Well, I just released the video for our Maker coin today. So, in case you missed it last week, there's a very silhouetted version of it. And then also continuously working on. This week, I will show the card table, so no one thinks that it's like 12 foot tall. That's constantly a work in progress. I still feel like we're close, but I'm not real happy with some of the 4-wheel setup, so I'm printing out some 3-wheel setup brackets right now. So that's taken up a lot of my channel's time. That's honestly pretty much it. I've got some filament reviews coming up pretty soon, too. I got to get started on those.
Hey, Chris, I don't know if you saw my text. Can you take over for me for a second?
Oops, sorry, had it muted. Who's next?
You got Nilla and Mitch are next yet.
All right, so Nilla, your turn on the hot seat.
All right. I got a couple projects going on. Nothing too crazy. The little crossbow we did the other week on stream, that's still an ongoing thing. Reworking the firing pin and mechanism and stuff for that is kind of a, I don't know. It's one of those projects I can't do really fast. You kind of need to think about it for a while, fiddle for a bit, think some more, fiddle for a bit. Right now I'm sitting here editing a video that's like, that never ends. So I'm getting some still shots and stuff ready to integrate in this video and stuff. Other actually print projects. Just the other day on stream, we started prepping the files for the Sir Pigglesby, a big like armored piggy bank kind of project. I don't know what it ended up being. I think it's probably, if I had to guess, 40-ish hours of printing, maybe, I don't know, somewhere between 40 and 60 hours of printing that needs done. And we're going to be post-processing all that and airbrushing him for the final results. Spinners, everybody's doing spinners. I'm still tweaking the design for this. I switched to using steel balls for the outer weights as opposed to additional bearings. So I've been messing with those. I have a comically large spinner that I've been working on that it's a multi-piece thing, but it'll barely fit in my little workshop here, like as far as how wide it is, just for the lulls. But I've been working on that, and that's about it. Like nothing too crazy. Just try to stay busy. You know, the usual kind of stuff.
The usual.
Yeah.
How about you, Mitch? What projects do you have coming up? You showed us the whiteboard plotter there, but what else is in the works for you?
So actually, right now I'm actually at the Dallas Makerspace, and I'm actually running for their board of director position to kind of be more in the leadership of this place. But I pushed to get a Form 2 printer for the space and the Makerspace, and so I've actually been working on, well, I'm actually doing a lot of commission prints, which are always good. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen and kind of show you. So this is Preform, and I'm just kind of learning how to use it. and how SLA printing works, especially with how the supports work and like the best ways to clean them up, or at least eliminate anything like touching without like leaving too many spurs. But let's see. I'll go back. There you go. But yeah, right now I'm really just looking for a job, but I'm doing commission prints right now. So I've done a couple of things for friends, but I haven't created my 3D hubs yet. So I think that's the next thing I'm gonna have to do. But personal projects, I would like to revamp this plotter. I think that a V plotter is not the best way to go. And I think that I'd rather do it as just a standard. Either I want to do like a Core XY that mounts to a whiteboard that has an actual like homing system and changeable pins and everything like that. So that would be a cool project. That'd probably be my next thing. Plus, learning how to use Fusion 360 is also a big deal for me. So that's what I've been doing.
Very cool. And then Matt, since you're back, I think it's your turn.
I'm going to share my screen here real quick. So as of late, I've been working on doing fidget spinners to sell on Etsy, doing my own designs. Around here, I grew up big into the fire department. So I started doing Maltese cross fidget spinners, and these are taking a little bit of a chapter out of Vicky's book, doing embedded nuts, which I can show you here. You guys can see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So I'm taking a chapter out of Vicky's book. The bearing itself and the nuts are actually embedded in the print, rather than super gluing them in the print and stuff like that. So as it prints up to this top layer of the bearing, right there. It starts to print over top of the bearing, and it's not much. It's just a little bit of a lip around the bearing. So I'll pause the print there, actually do a separate print job in Simplify 3D. It stops there. I drop in my nuts, drop in the bearing, and then start the second print job and continue on, and it encapsulates the nuts. So they're not even visible from the outside of it. I'm doing that one, and the other one that I currently have in the works is stop selecting. Okay, sorry about that. The other one that I have in the works is a police badge. Same deal, same concept here, except this one, the embedding is actually a little bit more. Instead of just one nut in it, I have 3 nuts on 4 sides of it, just to give it even more weight. Now these are just 1/4-20 nuts that I'm using, so they're not really any thicker than the bearings are or anything, so you don't have to bump up the size of the print.
Daddy, did you learn to sink water?
Sorry about that, guys. So that's what I'm currently working on, just kind of designing the police badge one. The goal with both of them is that I plan to offer them on like Etsy and places like that are customizable. So I'll have a plain basic one that I print, just a generic, and then I'll offer for customized ones as well. So that between that and getting the stuff for the stream organized and everything, that's pretty much what I've been up to as of late. All right, did everybody get their chance to go?
Yep, you were the last one.
Okay, that was the last one. All right. So this week, the way we do the streams is the channel that's hosting it gets to pick all of the main topics. We start out with the intros. We start out with current projects that everybody's been working on in the last week since last week's stream, and we go from there. This week, Geek Tech, the guys from Geek Tech picked best places for paid and free to find STL files. And in that same thing, also what to watch out for STL files that you want to print. So I guess looking at it, I'm thinking general idea is errors and things like that, extra multiple pieces printed inside of each other, different shells that interlock with each other and things like that. I'm assuming is what we're trying to get at there. So
Pretty much.
I'll let you guys from Geek Tech, since you guys picked it, I'll let you guys get started on it. Where do you guys get your STLs from that you've been printing so far or looking to print?
So far, we use the ever-loving Thingiverse. Yeah.
A lot of the STL files we do get off of Thingiverse, and we've gotten some pretty bad ones. Unfortunately, I've started to lean away from stuff on Thingiverse that the images that you're getting are just STL files, and they're not stuff that people have actually printed. I get overzealous, if you will, and see all these really cool things, and it's like, yeah, it'll work. No.
There's some insanely popular things on there too that are hard to print. Like, I don't know if any of you have seen that like doll for the Women's Day or whatever. There's been like 1,500 people or whatever that printed it, and I tried to print it, I think like 8 times, and there's just the way the head on that file is designed. It's just a really, really hard print, even with supports. It doesn't print that well, and it's like some of those files seem to sneak by, even though they really have problems, and it's like there aren't as many people calling that stuff out as you might expect, and it kind of surprises me sometimes on Thingiverse.
Yeah, that was pretty much our idea on the subject, was because we do run into a lot of bad prints, and unfortunately the whole maker community is we try to take care of each other, but there's a lot of people that are grabbing prints and really not, oh, that didn't work, let me go find something else, instead of, hey, maybe you guys should print this in a different orientation or cut it into pieces or something. I mean, I don't know.
Use a better slicer.
Yeah, I think the biggest argument that a lot of people have had about Thingiverse over the last couple of months has been that it's a really uncurated site. So that's probably where you run into a lot of those problems. I remember Angus Devison actually said that, and he was sounding pretty livid about it. I don't know why, but I mean, it does make sense. If you've got good curation for a site like that, it does make things go a little smoother in the long run.
Yeah, and just a quick note on the models and orientation. A lot of people upload STLs to Thingiverse straight out of whatever they use to generate the STL. So if it came out of like Fusion, 360, or SketchUp, and they were building the model in a certain orientation, but that's not exactly the best orientation to print in, then that's just something you need to keep an eye on, because the STLs don't always import in printing orientation. So, but that's why they don't, is because they usually are whatever they come out of the 3D modeling program.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that already with Fusion 360. If you design something and model it in 3D space in Fusion 360, when you take and export that as an STL and go to import it into your slicer, everything has to be rotated in order. If the way you designed it is the way it's intended to be printed, you have to rotate that piece around. So like when you look at my prints on Thingiverse, I got to go through and clean them up and correct that issue. But everything, like the Google Gnome, when you print the hat, instead of it printing this way or being imported into your slicer this way, it's actually this way. This way. So yeah, you've got that problem with Thingiverse, and like Joe Mike said, when you're exporting things out of your design software, it may not import properly, and a lot of people, I think, download stuff from Thingiverse expecting this is the orientation it should print in. Yeah, that's definitely not the case.
One thing with that, Matt, when you're working in Fusion 360, if you want the orientation to be set at whatever your slicer is, check which direction the Y or Z is, and normally they're flipped. But inside Fusion 360, I think it's in the preferences orientation. Let's see. I know you can change the default Z orientation in there, and that'll fix it. Every time you export out, it'll export out, and it will orientate it the way you want it. I know you could do it with ZBrush as well. When you import things, it'll flip it'll flip it.
Yeah, the only question I kind of have to that is I've started to take notice to the fact that I was doing it wrong in Fusion. The only concern I have is if I change my Z orientation, what it's going to do to the rest of my prints. Like somewhere along the line, either half of them are going to come out right and the other half are going to come out wrong, or it's going to stay the way it is. I'm not exactly sure yet what will happen. It's something I definitely got to look into and correct for all my models.
I think it's worth mentioning that if you're going to grab models from a free site, like Thingiverse or even doing like a Yagi search or whatever, I think it's important to point out that before you grab the model, look and see how many people have made it, how many likes it has, how many remixes it has. The remixes a lot of times are simply just fixes to the original model, which may be what you need in the first place. But if a lot of people give it a thumbs up or a like, that likely means that the model is ready to be printed, and you'll have to do less tweaking on it before before it goes out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think too, to some extent, when you're downloading something from the free sites, like I said, my models, they're not in the proper orientation for printing. If you're downloading a print from a paid site, I would have a higher expectation on one of those sites that something you're going to export out or download and then import into your slicer is going to be in the proper orientation if you're paying for it. Or the intended orientation, I should say. Just because somebody intends for something to be printed a certain way doesn't necessarily mean that it is the proper orientation. But when you're downloading stuff off Thingiverse, I think you just kind of have to some extent, use your knowledge of what works on your printer. Because my printer may print something in a different orientation better than what your printer does.
Very good point.
Yeah, I found it. It's in the general tab of the preferences. So if anyone wants to change the orientation of the models that they're making, it's in the default modeling orientation. You can change it to Z up or Y up.
Voice control.
Whoa. I'm not sure who that was.
So I think that was me. I was trying to find everybody's links to get those out, since a lot of the links in the comments are broken. So I was trying to chat those out, and I think I grabbed your gnome.
You were just trying to get that one of the few more views, weren't you, Chris?
Yeah. What is it up to now?
That was a beautiful piece of editing, that was.
Some people thought so, and other people didn't. I got my first kind of trolling with that one.
Nah.
I just had somebody today commented. I saw the notification when I went to get on the stream. Somebody said I thought it was real until I read the description or got to the end or something. A lot of people I don't think picked up that actually was real. It wasn't like a render or something like that thrown into the video.
Don't get trolls and gnomes mixed up. They hate that.
Maybe that's why I got my first troll in the gnome video.
Would that have been Google? The Google trolling you?
No, this was actually, it wasn't in the YouTube comments. It was on Reddit. But yeah, a few people did not like the editing technique for that one.
Was thrown quickly.
What was that?
That it was thrown together quickly. You were kind of got inspired and had like one day to print it, build it, edit it, get the whole thing out.
Yeah, modeled it, printed it, recorded the video and everything, and got it out just after midnight my time. So it technically came out April 2nd. But anyhow, sorry, not to sidetrack things. Where else are you guys getting your models from? I'm using, occasionally I'll find stuff on Tinkercad, which is kind of like a weird place to find models. They have the ability there, but there's a lot of odd things on Tinkercad, which kind of lends itself to a lot of younger kids using it and stuff like that. But I pretty much use Thingiverse, Tinkercad, Yagi. If I can't find something on Thingiverse, I jump to Yagi. And then occasionally my Mini Factory are the ones that I'll use.
What about for paid sites or paid models?
I personally can't answer that. I've never actually bought any paid models yet.
Most of that's really like niche, I think, at this point. Like I use drivethrurpg.com has a bunch of like gaming related stuff. And then there's a lot of companies that I've bought files from directly, like Heroes Horde. Printablescenery.com has a bunch of files that I've purchased. And those are, all the direct sites of the companies involved. They're not really like sites where there's a bunch of like a marketplace or anything. Because I've never actually bought anything off a marketplace. I know there's the one site that I'm not going to name because it kind of irritates me that they exist because they're just selling like other companies' IP, like game related stuff. But there's a couple sites like that. But I haven't really went to any like official like for money marketplaces, mainly because I haven't had the need to. Like, it's not that I have anything against it, just it hasn't really come up that I needed anything off of a site like that yet. Because most like practical things, I end up making it, like laying it out myself if I need something, to fix an item or mount a camera or a light or something more practical like that. I end up making it, and then most of the like for fun stuff. Like I said, there's a lot of companies that cater to 3D printing now, so I end up finding some of their sites directly and go direct to the vendor of the file themselves.
That's fair.
I'll jump in.
Different STL files that have a lot to do with Warhammer and stuff like that. I'm a big Warhammer player and mostly 40K, but I've bought a couple of like different Necrons and stuff like that, and I've blown them up and used them for scenery and stuff like that. It's really the extent of what I've ever paid for, but that's just because I don't have a scanner to scan the hundreds of different little figures I have.
Where did you get them from? I know there's a couple like Asian sites that sell things, and they're kind of like peddling other people's IP to a certain extent. That's why some of those sites I won't name. If you're like, I don't know. That's up to the individual whether you want to engage in that kind of thing. I just hate paying money for stuff like that. But where did you find like Warhammer figures? Were they like people's own sculpts, or did someone actually get? Because I know Warhammer. Surely they use like some kind of CAD to design their molds and stuff now, as opposed to like having actually their model sculpted and stuff, and then casting molds and stuff like that, like they used to.
Yeah,
I was wondering if there's ever been any file leaks from them at all, which would be kind of sweet, honestly.
There's a bunch that I found that were free that were supposed file leaks that look like amazing Warhammer models. I'll see if I can find a couple of them and show them to you. But one of the ones we bought was from I want to say it was, hang on, let me see if I have it in my favorites list. Give me a second.
Never Let the Machines Win in the chat is saying about Cults 3D being another good place to get different models. Steam Labs in the chat, while you guys are looking that up, wants to know, has anyone used Umagine from Ultimaker for models? I have not, personally. I've heard of it, but I don't even think I've ever pulled up the webpage.
I have, because they have it's a gear bearing, but it's a single parameter gear bearing. It's a really quick, I think it's called the Quick Print gear bearing. And it's actually only on Umagine, as far as I know. So there are some times that Umagine is actually pretty good.
The only time I've used Umagine is for the contest entries, where a few times where we've had to submit our work to the contest via Umagine. I be honest, they always slip off my radar to look there. I know it exists out there, but for some reason, it's not one of the ones that just comes to mind when I start looking. You know, for models.
Does anybody know what all sites Yagi scans through? I mean, because there was a question in the chat what Yagi was when we were talking about that a little bit ago. Yagi is basically Google for 3D models. And you will get some absolute garbage on Yagi. You really got to watch some of the stuff you're looking at. But some of the files will be garbage. Some of them will link you to a paid site. Some go to free sites. Does anybody really know what all sites they actually scan?
I don't know, because they also put out not just STL files, but they'll also link you to sites that have CAD models that you can purchase. You can actually search on Yagi for circuit boards even, and come up with things like that.
Now I know that's kind of that might be kind of presented as a bit of a downer, but personally, I kind of like the idea of being able to search for a circuit board trace out, so that if I'm trying to replicate a circuit, I can just go ahead and either get conductive filament and print it out on a circuit board, or trace it out on a circuit board and etch it the old-fashioned way, or what have you. It's kind of nice that there are still places out there that you can get that kind of plan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
I use my mini factory Thingiverse. Occasionally, I put my models up on BinShape as well. But there's a few sites that I used to, one main site that I used to use when I was designing games, and that's TurboSquid. I'm not sure if many of you know it, but it's basically a place like Thingiverse where people in the gaming industry or in the environment industry, architecture industry, they upload their files, and there's free ones on there, but you can also pay for them on there as well. So you get like people from Blizzard will upload game models or game assets, or people who were working in the industry on big budget games, sort of they'll upload their personal work on there, weapons and high detailed, high res game models that haven't been released to the public. So yeah, that's always worth checking out. And most of them you can download as OBJ files or object files, and they should import into most slices. You should be able to slice them then. Yeah, check it out if you can.
Does anybody else have any 3D model sites that haven't been mentioned yet that they use?
Well, to answer the question that was asking me earlier about the models that I paid for Warhammer and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
It looks like we got them from a site called GameBody, and you get STL files essentially just like you would a Warhammer kit, but you print them out and you can build them that way. It's very much hit or miss, and I really don't support the site that much, because I did it because I'm not using them in the game, was essentially my thought behind it. I think if somebody went into the site and bought these STLs compared to the other people that are actually buying and purchasing to play the game, it's kind of unfair. If I felt strange about it. I wasn't using it for the game, just for decoration, so I was kind of okay with it. If that makes any sense. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, your audio was getting a little bit garbled up. You guys may have to refresh if it keeps it up.
No problem.
Anybody else have any other sites?
Yeah, I'm honestly a pretty big fan of PinShape, so that covers both free and paid for models. I think they really do a pretty good job at kind of motivating and curating a community, kind of like what Chris was talking about with UMAG and how they were holding contests for designs. Not only does PinShape do that, they also do contests for prints and most elaborate, most complicated prints, and they usually give away some pretty good prizes for that. So in that case, I don't think it's necessarily so much a giveaway, but they're definitely trying to instill a sense of community with their site, which I really go for a lot. I think that's pretty cool.
I think I got one other one on that line too to throw out is GitHub. Nobody thinks of GitHub as a place to get 3D models, but almost all of your manufacturers that are open source are putting that information available on GitHub. So CME CNC, I believe Waltz has their stuff there. But if you need to replace a part for your printer, find your manufacturer on GitHub. And chances are the replacement parts or the STLs for those replacement parts are there.
I may butcher this, but it's Mandela Rose Works, I think, is the username in the chat, is recommended the CNC 3D models group on Facebook as well. They there's some for sale, some for free models that people are posting on there as well. And apparently I got the pronunciation right.
If you check your other Facebook groups as well, like for the specific printer manufacturers or specific printers themselves, if you go into the file section of that group, there's usually some STLs hanging out in there that are either printer upgrades or mods or stuff like that. I know on the Folder Tech group, there's tons of just random upgrades for like the 2020 i3 and for the FT5 and the console. In fact, a lot of what I printed, I got off the Facebook group. That being said, a lot of them are on Thingiverse as well, but yeah, check the file section.
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the coolest things about Facebook, and I'm not a big fan of Facebook, but it is the groups for the specific printers. Like Joe Mike said, Folder Tech, they have they actually have two, I think. I don't know if the Folder Tech Elite group is still going or not. But there's the main Folder Tech group, which is the one Joe Mike's talking about. There's plenty of resources in the file section there. I'm on the Juan Howe group, same deal there, and the TiVo Tarantula, the TiVo group. They've got this exact same thing. I think that's can be said about almost every printer model out there that has a good following behind it.
And just to clear the air a little bit, since I am a moderator of the Folder Tech group, the Folder Tech Elite group was basically started by the Martins from the hot end to sell their version of the FT5. Okay. So if you've got a Folder Tech printer and you want like the actual community, don't go to the Elite group. But that being said, if you want to go and buy their printer, you can go to the Elite group.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that. I wasn't sure exactly why the other group. I knew they were involved with it, but I wasn't sure exactly why that group came about. And I may not even, because of the fact that they're involved with it, I may not even be a member of it anymore because I kind of upset them a while ago.
Well, that's why they started a new group. Something, I mean, I can't go into a lot of detail, but long story short, there was some feelings hurt in the main group, and they broke off and started their own group. It's kind of like when Bender says, well, fine, I'll go start my own group with blackjack and hookers.
Okay. Enough said.
There's also GrabCAD, grabcad.com. It's I mean, that's for generic CAD, but the original files for the plotter that I'm using are on GrabCAD under GoCupy, and I can put that in the chat. But GrabCAD's another one. Just you don't know what you're going to get with CAD files, if they're printable or not. So.
Yeah, you definitely got to watch some of the sites you go to. Just because they're 3D model sites does not mean that they are 3D printing sites. Even Thingiverse, I've seen models on there that are meant for CNC, for subtractive printing, or CNC instead of additive. Just because it's 3D models does not mean it's friendly for a printer. And I'll be right back. I got to get power for my laptop.
Yeah, and they've also got basic path files for laser engraving. So it's not just 3D printing, it's also CNC and laser engraving / cutting, because there's a lot of models on there that I've been like, oh, that's neat. And then I realized, oh, that's wood, and with bird marks around the side. So that has a laser, and I don't have one of those yet.
Where are you going to put a laser?
On top of the FT5.
Actually, the FT5, they're working on a laser for that. Chris Mention is testing out some laser options to go on that bad boy, because there's already the CNC option, which Dustin Corbin has in his beta testing, and it looks pretty cool. But yeah, there's a laser attachment in the works as well. But I'm thinking of like a laser beam on top of a shark, and then just sharks with friggin' lasers on there.
Yeah, CNC Padawan said the same thing in the comments there. You read your mind.
Yes. There you go. Some old school Austin Powers humor for you.
Yep.
Let's reference it.
Best box you can buy.
I actually, with the TiVo, because I bought the TiVo with the intentions of actually tearing it apart. I never fully intended to use that as a 3D printer. But I have a low power laser pen that's, if you focus it right, it's a burning laser. Again, really low power. I was sitting there engraving the back of cell phone cases with it.
You can have a lot of fun with the right laser pointer, man. Let me tell you.
Yes, this is one of those that, man, there is no hiding the beam. I go outside on the clearest day, no fog anywhere, and shoot this thing out through the valley, and it leaves a big beam the whole way out through.
Oh, that's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Yeah, it was funny because I was telling you, I'm biomed, and we repair medical equipment at a hospital. Somebody brought in a 40-watt CO2 laser, and it was the first time I ever saw one, and he got giddy. I mean, he just jumped up and down like a kid watching his first firecracker go off. So he was actually burning stuff like for the first 10 minutes. The rep let him do it, and he decided right then and there. I come back in the room, and he's like, "Mike, I'm going to build a laser. How do we do that?" So yeah, that might be something I show a little later. I'm not sure.
At the Makerspace, we have a laser store, which is an open source 100-watt laser kit. So you buy the tube from China. I think it's a 100-watt laser tube, and it's based off of a beagle bone, and everything's made with Mitsumi aluminum extrusions. And I think the whole thing cost us maybe like $12,000 to build, which is out of most people's price range. But you can buy the eBay laser cutters for like less than $1,000, and then replace the controller board with a SmoothieWare controller board. So it's doable.
Now, I'm sorry. You said it was 100-watt. What kind of tube?
It's a CO2.
Oh, it is CO2.
It's just a large CO2. Obviously, this is a 3x4 foot bed, so it's huge.
Yeah, you planning cutting through like 2-gauge steel with that or something?
No, 100 watts is only enough to do like half-inch MDF and acrylic, like barely. It also depends on how focused your lenses are and everything like that. It requires a lot of maintenance to make those big ones go.
Yep, very true. Very true.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Does anybody have any other sites that they use for downloads? I haven't seen any more recommendations in the chat for anything. I think we pretty much touched on all the popular ones.
Yeah.
I don't think there's that many like repository sites at this point yet. I imagine that's going to grow and increase as time passes, and there's more and more demand for stuff, and people kind of get fed up with like Thingiverse and stuff, and start preferring like a more curated approach to getting their files. So they waste less time, printing things that are just going to fail. But there's a lot of stuff out there. It's hard to like make lists, which is kind of what we're trying to do. But like if you just look, like I've gotten cool files from individuals. Like there's a lot of guys out there that are making stuff, and they don't really. they don't put their stuff out there. You know, there's just a lot of guys that just buckle down and make stuff, and they're printing it themselves, and they don't really care about distributing it and stuff. But if you ask them about it, like there's a lot of those people that'll gladly give you those files. This crossbow is a great example of that. The gentleman, I guess, that made this isn't really overly concerned about distributing it. But when I asked him for it, or asked him via a third party for it, I got the files, and he had no problem giving them to me. But you can't go anywhere online currently and get that, as far as I'm aware, unless you can speak Chinese. Then you can get it off his forum. But it's the same with private companies. Like, there's a lot of companies out there that it's like with the train files. I didn't really know a lot of these companies were out there until I started doing some searches, and you know, you dig down to page 5 or 6 in your search results, and there these companies are, you know, and they have a nice little catalog of cool pay files that you know you might be interested in. Same with Facebook. Like, I know Facebook was mentioned, but man, anything you're interested in, there's a group of people out there that probably are already meeting on Facebook and stuff, and some of those groups have little like file sections that they share their own works amongst each other with, and they're not really on like Thingiverse or Pinshape or some of the other like distribution sites. So it's tough to say. Like, if somebody would tell you what they're into, you could start directing them to some places, but there's so many like interests people have. Like someone, the Geek Tech guys mentioned like Warhammer figs and stuff, and like I like some of the Mech Warrior figures and stuff like that. And there's these little niches on the internet where there's guys that are swapping those files around. It's just like ripping files from games like Fallout 4 and stuff. There's places where there's guys that have done this, and they make the files nice and printable, and you know they're basically ready to go if you want to print them. But because that's like some company's IP, you're not probably going to find it on Thingiverse or something like that. But if you can find these little groups of people, you know, they share amongst themselves pretty freely. So sometimes it just takes some legwork on your part to find those little like niches on the internet, and sometimes you put the time in. It's very rewarding.
I also want to point out too some companies are actually releasing STL files for their products. So like I just saw today, the Intel Skull Canyon Nook, they actually have the step files that you can edit to print the top of their Nook. And I know the Steel Series mouse, the Rival, actually lets you print the little nameplate in the back of the mouse. So I'm glad that companies are doing that now.
Yeah, more corporations in general, even entertainment ones. Sci-Fi, I think we touched on it last week. Excuse me. Sci-Fi on Thingiverse has been putting up a bunch of STL files for their TV shows. I've been printing the ships from the Expanse series, and so it's good to see that they're seeing that there's this, you know, community out here, and that for them that's just, you know, branding. It's free advertising, and it's just fun. So to see, I can see why sci-fi gets plugged in, because I mean sci-fi and 3D printing is kind of, you know, futuristic technology. But yeah, to see more companies get into this is going to be great. Like if say like Nike, you know, was like, hey, 3D printers out there, we have this insole that you can print out of TPE or TPE, and here's the STL for it, and it'll fit into that running shoe. And here are different variations of it depending on what kind of foot you have. And they kind of release that free for the people who have already bought their shoes. That kind of stuff. I think that would be awesome. But yeah.
So I definitely think that's to come. Sorry, Chris. I think, like you said, with like the shoe companies, I think that may be one of the biggest things that 3D printing really kind of takes off with, especially like with athletes. Typically, things start with technology take off in two ways. One of which is adult material. The other is sports. And I think you may see where places like Nike say, you know, here's this model shoe. And like you said, here's the not so much the insert for it, but here's the inside of the sole shape, so that you get the outer perimeter of the sole. And then from there, you have doctors and stuff that take and model something to match an athlete's foot. I think that's going to be the first place you really start to see some breakthroughs in 3D printing from large manufacturers making things available.
Sorry, what I wanted to add real quick was Paul Yanzik and CNC Padawan and Lucky 13 from the chat just sent me via DM a list of about 30 different sites from a closed Facebook group that gathered it, but it's a list of about 30 sites, including like Thingiverse and the others, that you can not only grab 3D printed STL files or models from, but also models for CNCing and laser cutting. So I will get the list over to Geek Tech so we can get that added into the comments or the notes on the stream. So if anybody wants to check back after the stream is over, we'll get that list added, and if anybody wants to cut and paste that out of there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for supplying that to Chris.
I don't want to go through and post that in the chat once.
It'll get lost there anyhow. Once the stream's over, the chat basically disappears.
Right.
Pretty much.
Should we kind of like transition a little bit, since I think we've exhausted the sites? Maybe talk a little bit about how you can get into possibly modeling your own, or at least starting out modeling your own things in Fusion or SketchUp.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, let's real quick, as far as talking about the sites real quick, why don't we run down through the list really quick, and everybody can tell, for those of us who design models ourselves and upload them, just touch base real quick where you can find our models, what sites you're using to upload to, real quick, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Well, one thing before we sort of get off the print thing, I read something a couple of weeks back and got really excited about it. We were saying about big companies. I'm not sure how long it's been around, but it's sort of scrolling through my emails and it caught my eye. Did you know that Disney have got their own 3D printer and a 3D print studio where you can go on and you can order 3D prints and they'll ship them out, sort of like a hub?
Now, if only they take that one step further and they just release the STLs.
Yeah, well, it's called the 3D, the Disney Store 3D Print Studio. And yeah, they've got.
It's like, so it's like Shapeway of like Disney.
Yeah, well, it's their own brand of 3D printer that they've been working on. It's an electromagnetic crazy thing, but yeah, it's basically Disney do Shapeways. You can have it in strong and flexible, deluxe color sandstone and premium steel as well. But they've got all the droids on there for now, and I don't know what else they've sort of got in the pipework.
Disney really wants to rule the world.
It wouldn't be a bad idea for a big company like that to get people interested in 3D printing.
They have Baby Groot on there as well. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to take a look at this website then.
Yeah.
I would love to see, if anybody's familiar with Project Gutenberg, for where they're scanning all of the old out of print, out of copyright books and making them publicly available. I would love to see something like Project Gutenberg, but for 3D models, where they're 3D scanning, headlights from a 1957 Ford or whatever, parts for cars that are no longer makeable, parts for toaster ovens that are antiques now or something, and just creating an archive of 3D scans of these things that anybody could go grab when they need to go to grandma's house and fix the toaster.
That was one of the first introductions I ever had to 3D printing. The first that I ever really heard about it. You heard about Jay Leno, 3D printing models of parts for his cars that he has, that parts aren't available anymore. They were 3D printing, maybe not necessarily fully functional parts, but then parts that he could take and have casted to make a metal part and stuff like that. I mean, that was years ago. That was 10, 15 years ago that you were hearing about that. But it never, that like seemed to be, you know, here's the path of 3D printing. This is what it's going to offer. And then it sort of died off up until now. Now it's starting to make a resurgence. But yeah, a curated site of unobtainable parts.
Yeah. So you were asking where we post our models. I don't really have anything out there of my own, so I'm gonna take a buy on that one.
Yeah, a lot of what you're doing, Chris, is sort of showcasing other prints that are out there, practical prints that are already designed.
Exactly. I mean, I am working on my own printers that I'm, you know, have a couple of different printers in development and stuff. But at this point, those are closed source, so those aren't out there for the rest of the world yet. I do have a few models on GitHub. There's a few models out there that are upgrades for the GMAX, early GMAX printers. Those are on GitHub, and I will leave it to Paul, because I know he's listening, to post that in the chat of what to look for on GitHub, because I don't remember exactly where those are at. So, Paul, if you hear me, please post that.
Who else? Who's uploading models?
I've got a ton of remixes and some, like a handful of originals, mainly practical, mainly printer oriented. So upgrades to printers or remixes. For a long time, I did a lot of stuff with the BL Touch. So I was going around and updating a lot of different things for the BL Touch. So yeah, but I'm on Thingiverse primarily, just because that's the first one I found, first one I got into, and kind of where I ended up.
What is your username on Thingiverse, Joe Mike?
Joe Mike Terranella, I think.
I figure if we got an account on one of the sites, we might as well share it so people can find it.
Well, let me look.
I had to look up mine too. Anybody else while he's looking his up?
It's J Terranella.
J Terranella
is the username.
Yeah, my video or my designs are on Thingiverse as well. Just my name, TheMitch22. Same avatar. This is the one that actually I'm most proud of. This is the one I did. I remixed the original. Let's see. The original file from Fallout 4, the Nuka-Cola machine. And I took it I actually did the entire thing in Tinkercad. And I made a mini ITX gaming PC using the original file. And then I designed a lot of the parts in Tinkercad that were custom for the 3D printer. I mean, for the 3D printing and laser cutting. And then I actually did some casting using it as well. But this is my thing that I made. But that's something Thingiverse, and then the rest of the stuff is just kind of playing with it. But my most recent one is this. I made an animatronic eye as well. So I like to do kind of cosplay props and stuff. But they're all in Thingiverse. Like, Thingiverse is good except for the search algorithm. It's kind of sucky unless you use their tag-based thing. So.
Looks like you have some fans in the chat, Mitch.
If any of them are interested, we can throw all that stuff in the description as well. If you guys want to shoot us that information.
Yeah, after the stream's over, jump into the Google group and just post it so that the guys from Geek Tech can go and pull their stuff up, or pull up all the links that you guys want in the description under your name.
Yep, and we'll post it where everybody can see your stuff.
As far as my uploads, all my stuff at this point, I believe, is all on Thingiverse. I don't have a whole lot up there, but you can get the Google Gnome. the one-hit wonder. My handle on Thingiverse is Matthew Flinchball, which I'll punch in the chat here real quick for the spelling of it. I've got mostly functional models up there. I don't think there's anything non-functional.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to jump off. I've got to help the wife give the dog his shots.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
My pleasure. I will try to jump back into the chat at least when I can, and if I can help keep these folks in line.
Keep us in,
You'll
never be able to keep us in line.
Yeah. When you come back, we're all just going to get out of hand.
Yep.
Yeah, we're all going to start drinking and swearing. It's going to be a...
Chris, do you want to tell everybody one more time where they can find you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me at youtube.com/practicalprinting, or just search YouTube for Practical Printing.
You're on Twitter and Facebook as well?
I am. Facebook I keep to myself, but I am on Twitter. It's at Krusty, CRUSSTY.com. I am in the Facebook 3D printing group as well, though, so you can just search for Chris Russell there.
Okay. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Thanks, guys. Have a great evening.
You too, man.
And you, buddy. See you soon.
Yeah, see you, Chris.
Bye, Christopher.
I'm
All
like,
right.
as far as files, I'm pretty much the same. We've done a few things on stream and Tinkercad and all that stuff's on my Tinkercad profile. But it's mainly just like trivial little things, some templates for wargaming, like my maker coin and stuff that we made on stream is in there. I've been trying to leave Tinkercad behind because it has some limitations that are irritating sometimes. Like this crossbow, everything that I've been modifying, like the trigger and release mechanism, the return spring area and all that stuff. I've been doing all that in Fusion 360, and I haven't uploaded that yet because the crossbow files themselves aren't available to everyone, and I'm not allowed to give them out yet. But my plan for those was to like have a website that I've actually had it for a while, but I'm trying to actually use it. My plan was to have those available there. I mean, it's a tough call, like, and there might be some people in the chat here that have some things they made. It's tough for me to decide whether I want to go like the Thingiverse route and open an account and stuff and have my little like portfolio of stuff there. Same with like the Tinkercad stuff. Like I just like it. I don't know. I just like that I don't have to mess with it. It's just sitting there if people want it. The videos where those files are relevant, it's linked to in those videos, and I don't know. It's tough. I guess it depends on what it is. Like I guess I don't feel like I make anything worth distributing. That's probably part of it. Like if you look at that Sir Pigglesby file that I'm going to be working on for the next few weeks, you know, if I had made something like that, that thing is freaking amazing. I'd probably feel differently about it. I'd probably care more about distributing things, but like me personally, I just don't feel like I make anything that anybody's too terribly interested in. It always shocks me when people want your maker coin. I don't know if you guys have dealt with that yet, but it's always surprising to me when people actually want those things. Like I don't even have enough interest to print them. Honestly, I printed a few out when I made the files, but I pretty quickly lost interest in it, and I still get people that occasionally ask me where that is.
I used the maker coin going down to Nova, and that was actually kind of cool to get the reception from a few people that I gave it to that were just it was either, in some of their cases, it was their first one. Andrew Sink from 3D Central VA. It was the first maker coin that someone had given him, so he was like thrilled with it, and it was cool. It was a neat reaction to it. Vicky, I gave her some when I was down there, and it actually kind of worked out. Some of the interviews that I did that I have yet to post to YouTube, I gave the people that I was interviewing my maker coin. It kind of became the 3D printing business card almost.
Yeah, like I definitely see that. That's why my like a kind of little sub project I have going on is trying to source parts so I can make a spinner for under $2. And I think when I get it to the point that I can make it for hopefully quite a bit under that, if I can source the components cheaply enough, I'm actually going to start making slightly smaller spinners for exactly that purpose. So I can puke, big batches of them out, slap them together because they're not too hard to assemble, and just have some really minor branding on them that I can hand these out to people and have, maybe $1.25, $1.50 into one of them, so I don't really like sweat handing them out too bad. And I just have a feeling, because these things are like, any of you guys that have made them, as soon as you hand them to somebody, they're like, well, that's stupid. And then they spin it and they're like, can I have it? Yeah. So I've been trying to do that as a little project, get the cost of throwing one of those together down, and just put some really minor branding, like maybe my shortened YouTube URL whenever I get one. I've been putting that off, but something like that. And I think that's going to be a fantastic item to just hand somebody, like, there you go. If you want to check me out, info's on the spinner. If you don't want to check me out, go enjoy your spinner. Either way, I think they'll be pretty excited about that. I think it'll be kind of cool.
I don't know if you guys took notice. We got Chuck Hellebuck is in the chat. I tried to get him to join, but he said he can't where he's at.
Chuck is my spirit animal.
I'm trying. Someone in chat, who was that? It was CNC Padawan said they're making their spinners for about $2.50. That's not bad. That's already not bad. Like I said, I think with some work you could get them down to about $1, maybe less. But you need to start. It's not. I don't know. You need to buy in volume. You need to be buying probably a couple thousand steel balls at a time. And steel balls are fairly cheap, especially if you get smaller ones. These are 3/4 inch. So I didn't get a bad price on these, but I think I only bought 100. So that's not a lot when you're buying something like this. And same with the bearings, unless you're going to be buying at least 100 of them, you're probably not going to be getting too good of a price unless you buy super cheap bearings, which is probably fine for something like this. As long as it functions, that's probably good enough. And then, save your nice bearings for some of the higher end ones if you're going to sell any. I don't know.
Steam Labs in the chat said, I'm pretty sure he's talking US dollars. On Amazon, you can get bearings for 30 cents each. Yeah, he just confirmed. Yep, 30 cents each on Amazon. And that's probably just like either 8 or 16 or something like that. To get it for that price. So you can make them cheap. I mean, the plastic to print them, unless you're doing something totally elaborate or you're throwing a lot of infill in or something, it doesn't take that much plastic to print them. And they're kind of, Dick, you said you haven't printed a benchy when we first got started on the stream. Neither have I. I found things like the spinners. I mean, they print quick. I can print a spinner, just a single spinner with the thumb tabs and everything, in half an hour. Depending on the settings I'm using and which one out of my models that I'm printing. And like with having the maker box, I could see the spinners being a neat way to test out the different filaments that come in the maker box as well.
We've kind of talked that before on my streams about people ask how they can make a little bit of money with their printers. And these are freaking gold mines, man. These are so unbelievably easy to unload on people. Like usually when I go to my local gaming shop, I take 2 or 3 with me, and almost every time, you can sell them $5 here, $10 there. And if you're, I know there's a lot of people that really want to buy a printer, but they can't justify the cost because they don't really have anything in their mind that they're going to make any money with. Just doing some little things like this on the side, which are going to be fun for you, and it'll help you learn how to use your printer and stuff, can take the sting out of purchasing a printer. I know for me, like just little stupid wargaming templates, something as simple as like a 1 inch by 3 inch by 2 inch little measuring template. That stuff adds up. You get a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there. And like you just mentioned, you have pennies in filament, especially if you're print with PLA. You know, you can make a lot of little knickknacks and stuff out of a 2.2 pound roll of PLA.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of opportunity out there if you want to do a little bit of work.
Talking about things you can print to kind of recoup the cost a little bit and make the printer a little bit more practical. Some things have changed in my personal life. My wife is working on, as her primary source of income, starting up an Etsy channel or Etsy shop. And the other day we share the office here in our basement, and she was working on a wreath, and the things that she was spacing out on the wreath had to be perfectly spaced in order to make a circle when it was all said and done. But you're trying to do that to a wreath that's this big and an object that's only this big. She was over there doing it, and she was having trouble with it. And real quick, I went over, I told her, I said, space them out kind of roughly. Took the calipers, I measured a couple of dimensions, ran back to the computer, got on Fusion 360, and I printed her a wedge shape that as long as she put that wedge in between each piece as she glued it down, it would make a perfect circle. It acted like a stencil for her. It took 5 minutes, I think, to print that little wedge, and it sped up her production like crazy. And what I did is I printed one, but then while she was using that one, I then printed 6 of them in like 45 minutes. So then she could start spacing them out even more. While the glue dried, she could work on the next one. Joe Mike, you started to talk about a topic, and I'm sorry, but I like totally blanked out on what it was.
Oh no, I was just we were talking a lot about where you can get files that are already pre-made, so STL repositories. And the more I think about it, the more I think this might be a better topic for another night, just because I think this topic alone could fill up a night's worth or multiple nights worth, and that would be getting started on modeling your own prints. I know a lot of us got our start in something like Tinkercad or 123D Design, SketchUp, moving on to SketchUp, Fusion 360, other higher end modeling programs that are a little bit more verbose. But how if we, for those of us who do model our own things, and for those who are interested in getting started, I think it'd be an interesting topic to broach one night. So maybe we'll just table that one for the time being. Yeah.
Sure. Definitely. Do me a favor. Jump in the Google group then after the stream or next couple of days, and just throw that in. I'm going to start next week's thread right away. Throw that in as a recommendation for whoever hosts next week, which I think may be you.
Possibly next week. I'll have to take a look at the old calendar.
No, nothing like throwing you under the bus there, right?
Definitely, if we could get into, have a couple discussions on best way to go about starting your modeling. That's beyond anything else, Yeah. Who's modeling with what you learned with? Like I started with Blender, that kind of thing.
You actually start with a caliper, and then you work your way up.
Hey guys, I hate to do this, but I really think I got to bail. I'm circling the drain pretty quick here.
All right, thanks.
I'm too old for my own good, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
He needs more beer. Stat. Someone get him beer.
Hey, Mike, do you want to real quick tell everybody where to find you?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's probably just easier if you just search for our YouTube channel, Neo Portnoy 3D Printing. I know that the link got corrected down below too, so if you got a chance to do that. On Twitter, I'm at Neo Portnoy, and Facebook, I'm under my real human name, Mike Learned. So pretty cut and dry. Sorry?
Your human name?
Well, you were talking about spirit avatars earlier. I kind of figured it just kind of worked its way in.
I understand.
All right. So anyway, guys, thanks a lot for having me. Really appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. See ya.
All right.
See
See ya.
I actually got to dip out too, guys. I've been sitting here. Normally I talk a whole lot. I don't know if anybody noticed I was being quiet, but I'm actually sitting here trying to work on a video that I got to get done, and the day is fading away, and I'm like a terrible multitasker. So I'm gonna have to dip out too, unfortunately.
Take it easy.
It's the life of a YouTuber right there.
Yeah,
But
tell me about it. I sit here and stream with you
never
guys and
ends.
don't get anything done.
It never ends. And like I don't, yeah, I'm sitting here and like I'm just realizing I need to do a couple like quick shot like stills for this video and stuff, and it's like it's starting to stress me out a little bit because this was supposed to be released on Friday, and I'm failing myself here. We were at the grocery store way longer than we were planning today, and I had like a surprise dentist visit. Oh, it's been a day.
Do you want to let everybody know where to find you?
Nillabean on YouTube, Nillabean on Facebook, and I'm at Nilla3D on Twitter if anybody wants to check any of those things out. And if anybody likes streams like this, I stream every single Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anybody wants to stop by and hang out and do some 3D printing stuff. So
yeah, we were starting to wonder if you had a day job.
Sort of. Sort of. I just do like odd jobs and stuff. I guess you could like I'm kind of like a tech consultant sort of, and I just like I do stuff for a couple companies in the area where I live, and yeah, little computer work, a little like graphic design stuff. I still do the periodic like decal installation for an old company that I used to work for. I mow some grass. I just yeah, I do all kinds of stuff.
Man of many talents. Well,
I'm not
go
good at any of it. I just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
By the way,
It pays the bills. But yeah, no, thanks everybody. It was nice hanging out tonight. Like I said, sorry I wasn't too talkative. I'm normally hard to shut up. But
yeah, I'll definitely pop in your 3D printing stream sometime.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like I said, the more the merrier. We're always just like kind of chilling, messing with some projects, and like I talked about, Mr. Sir Pigglesby will be taking up some stream time for the next few weeks. I was sure. And everybody check that print. I don't know if you just Google that, Sir Pigglesby. Super cool print. The lady that made it, she's really cool about it. She stopped in my stream and was probably face palming the whole time while I was prepping the files. But it's like a 14-inch pig that has armor on him, and he's super cool looking. It's functional piggy bank. Like we were talking about modeling today on this stream, and I think she's a prime example of like models that are done well. It was very thoughtfully designed. She broke it apart nicely so it prints, you know, in a way that's not hard to deal with, and it's fantastic. And it's on Thingiverse. It's one freely available on Thingiverse. So
Nice.
yeah, super cool model. Anyway, I'll quit blabbing. Thanks guys. Thanks for having me. Thanks to everybody in chat for hanging out with us. And hopefully I'll see you guys next Friday.
Absolutely.
All right. Peace, everybody. Thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
See ya.
Night, Dick. I checked my almighty Google Calendar, which rules my life, and I'm available to host next Friday if thou'st wishes.
Absolutely. So far, the kind of the way we've been going with the host, just so everybody knows, and for those of you that are in the chat, if you want to host the stream, more or less, I've just kind of been taking the attitude for now. The first person who says it gets it. So Joe Mike, if you're saying you want to do it for next week, it's all yours. That actually works out. We can start to put the word out now.
Nose goes.
Sounds good.
For everybody in the stream, just since we are coming up on the 2-hour mark, this is something a little bit new this week. We're going to try to keep the main topics to the 2-hour mark, and leave it up to the host if they want to continue to go further after the 2-hour mark. But we've created a Google group that is a private group for the streamers to get together, discuss the topics ahead of time for the following week's stream. One of the things that we're going to do is, as of Wednesday, no later than the end of the day Wednesday, we'll have the YouTube link to the stream. We'll have it scheduled on whoever's hosting it so that it can then begin to be shared out on Twitter. the on Twitter, you can find the streams. The main account for it is at F as in Frank 3DPCH. So it's Friday 3D Printing Community Hangout. You'll be able to find all the updates there as to who's hosting, what the main topics are going to be as we come up with them. We're going to have the host picked out by Wednesday at the latest, and the stream scheduled, and then that'll leave the host Thursday and Friday to decide what topics they want to discuss. If you are interested in getting into the streams, hit up the F3DPCH account on Twitter to get the link to the Google group. That is vetted. The moderators on that are myself, Chris from Practical Printing, Travis from A Power Designs, Tessa from Sparky Face 5, and I think that's it right now. That's all the mods that we have. We are asking for your name and your content creation links, whether it's YouTube or Thingiverse or wherever you put your stuff out, because we are trying to keep the stream to be content creators as the streamers. And then we obviously get everybody else that are streamers or content creators as well jumping in and out of the chat throughout the night too.
Absolutely.
So sorry, I didn't mean to ramble on. I just wanted to catch everybody while they're still on the chat and everything. The other thing, most importantly, do Geek Techs a favor, hit the thumbs up, and give them a thumbs up for hosting tonight and being great hosts.
Oh man, thank you guys for letting us host. It's been a blast.
So just because I said all that doesn't mean we have to stop.
It sure sounded like
to put it bluntly, I am an insomniac. I am a computer engineer. It's not like I sleep anyways. Let's be fair here. We're a bunch of nerds who, if I'm not going to be on the stream, I'm going to go play video games or try to find something else to break. So, by all means, I mean, I've got no problem if there's more people that want to jump in, we can keep this going. I don't mind. I've got Monster if I get tired.
If anybody does want to jump in, the link is in the Google Hangout chain that we have going, or again, message one of us and we'll get you the link to get into the stream if you'd like to. Definitely, if people are willing to talk, we can hang around and talk.
I can show off more of my plotter if you want to fill time.
You sound like a complete robot, bro.
Yeah, hit the F5 key on your keyboard. It's going to refresh and bring you back into the Hangout. That should fix your mic.
Okay.
I know we all aspire to be robots, but we're not.
Oh, I did forget to mention, somebody mentioned it in the chat when we were going over our current projects. I just got done putting a new door on the front of my house prior to the stream. That was why I was kind of a little flustered getting into the beginning of the stream. That took way too long. We went to pick the door up at 6 o'clock, 6:30, something like that. Got home about 7 o'clock, and it took me all but till 9 o'clock to modify my frame on my front door to fit the new door.
Modify
the chisel and the hammer, which are all laying right over here on the chair next to me. Yep. Because I didn't have time to even put them away. I just tossed them on the chair and got the laptop set up.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it.
Quick update. The console has yet to catch fire.
Oh, fantastic.
So, I'm going to call that repair successful.
I call it anything successful without fire after about 15 minutes. So,
quick interruption. To all the people that are in the chat that were talking about the links to the participants. While I was not talking, I was actually doing a thing. I did fix all the links of the people that have been in the stream so far today. If you refresh, you should see the active links in there now to help you guys out. If y'all are still looking for that information, and after the stream's over, I will be adding loads and loads of information because I like to type anyways.
More or less, he's a glutton for punishment.
I'm
really
for those of you who joined the stream late, or actually, I don't know if we talked about this before we even started the stream. Kind of off topic, but on my console back here, the ramps board is mounted upside down underneath the heated bed, and I was printing on it, a couple days ago, and a voltage regulator just fell off and onto my table. Luckily, it was the voltage regulator for my cooling fans, so it didn't do anything catastrophic.
Yeah,
But
just for the fans that cool it off.
it's the part cooling fan, so it's not like a big deal. I just noticed that the fan stopped, and I heard the little bloop onto the table, and I was like, "That's
that's not good."
I'll tell you what, Joe, Mike. One of the first things I did, the first modifications I did to my Folgertech console, is pulled the board out from under it and mounted it over on the side. Just because I didn't like the idea of it. One, it's hard to access, and two, it just to me doesn't make sense to put a board that shouldn't need cooling under a heated surface.
yeah."
Well,
No,
it rises though, right?
When I
Well,
put
I mean, yeah,
smoothie
the heat
on
does
it,
rise.
when I put smoothie on it, I'm going to figure out a way to mount it to the side, because this is a little ridiculous. With at least maybe then the stinking voltage regulators and other components will stay in by gravity.
Hopefully, please.
Yeah.
Travis join.
Hey,
Travis.
Chuck, to answer your question in the chat about does it have a heat sink? No, the Folgertech does not come with heat sinks on them.
No. The only thing that has heat sinks on it are the stepper drivers, but
Yep.
it's a standard ramps board, so the voltage regulators do not have any form of heat sink, which they really should have the standard, screwed on backed heat sink. But no, ramps are cheap. Heck with that.
Yeah, they're using the Chinese ramps. Right? And they're the cheapest ones they can get for it. I did actually print an enclosure for mine at one point that I had a cooling fan on the board because I had an issue with.
That's a neat trick.
Yeah, that was a really neat trick.
What happened?
We got a new streamer who just joined in.
Yeah.
You want to introduce yourself? This is our most popular streamer so far.
Hey, it wouldn't
Did
feel
Pyro
right.
connect?
Yeah, it wouldn't feel right if somebody didn't jump in right at the end.
Now it's just beginning. You're here at the party.
Hey, I'm Travis from Maypro Design, and I do logos to life. If you haven't seen my channel, come check it out. Basically, these different logos most of them are 3D printed and laser cut. There's some laser cut aspects to them. I do a lot of hand painting on them and do them for different YouTubers, just like big, small YouTubers. I actually did one, and shout out to our hosts right here for Geek Tech. So this is a video going out probably on Monday or so that will show off that logo. So
Looks so good, man.
I've been watching the stream the whole time, but we have a bunch of people coming to our house tomorrow for a big Easter thing. So we were like running around cleaning up stuff. So you guys have been on the TV the whole time, though.
Oh, fantastic. We kept it PG for you, man.
What was that?
I'm on TV?
We kept it PG for you.
Kind of.
We'd swear. A lot.
Geek Tech, you guys might have to refresh again.
What? Yeah, they're having that problem still.
Yeah, they still got. We've had that off and on. A couple of guys have had it tonight.
Okay. So it's Hangouts, the weird Hangouts on the air thing.
Yeah, it's something with USB mics that causes it.
Gotcha.
I think mine's working now.
Like,
You're so garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds bad.
And the only thing I can think is unplug the mic and plug it back in, see if that fixes it.
Have you tried turning it off and back on again?
That's always the best way.
Wow, whatever they're doing makes it worse.
are we back?
Try talking a little bit more.
Good, bad, better. What do you think?
No.
Rush you.
The problem is we're hosting. I don't know if it's going to kick the host down.
Oh yeah.
No, you guys can actually leave the hangout while we're in it. You just can't reboot, I don't think.
There we go. I feel all naked. I don't have my hat. I ran in here to. I figured I would jump on and talk to you guys for a little bit.
Absolutely.
Maybe I think every single one of these things, somebody's jumped in like right towards the end, so I had to continue the tradition.
So Travis, you want to tell everybody what your projects have been since last week's stream?
My projects
I
have.
don't think you need to though.
Yeah, I can't see the chat, so I don't even know what's going on in there. But if you guys haven't seen my boogie shield, that's like the biggest thing that I have going on in my life right now. That thing has blown my channel up almost, well, a little over 4,000 subscribers in the last few days. So it's been a fun and amazing, interesting ride. I've done that a couple other times where I blew up a few thousand subscribers, but that's been the biggest so far, and it's just been amazing. If you guys don't know who Boogie2988 is, he's a YouTuber with over 4 million subscribers, and I actually made that shield for him, just like a bunch of these other logos, all for other YouTubers. I am all jumbled up right now. I'm sorry, guys. But he opened it on his channel and he showed it off and he told everybody to come over and check out my channel. So it's blown up and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Travis is up to 9,155 subscribers as of right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll say that the Boogie Shield was pretty cool, but I gotta say, I love Sonic more than anything else.
Sonic. I thought Sonic with that video would have done better too. Like it's gotten a decent amount of views. I think it's almost to 4,000 views or something like that. But I thought it was going to do better. Like I was even tweeting at Sega and like trying to get them involved, the Sonic team. Like I was like, check this out. I thought they might think it was cool and maybe retweet it or something. But yeah, we didn't get anything from that.
Just freaking Sega.
I actually used that Sonic model to test my CMC Sierras. And it actually and it worked pretty well. It's a great model.
Yeah, that one's because we did the collaboration. Garrett actually did that model from Chaos Cortec. I did the entire stand, and Garrett did the. If any of you guys haven't seen that, that's actually one of the logos that I still have because I give all these other to the YouTubers, but this is the actual Sonic model.
Damn, that
thing. Jeez, that's just so freaking amazing.
So good.
Yeah, I did everything but the Sonic. Garrett over at Garrett and Chelsea over at Chaos Cortec did that. It's it's fully done, all the spikes and everything. It's crazy.
The gold ring on the bottom is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and what's funny is I had painted it, and Garrett's is actually a little bit different than mine with a different paint that wasn't as shiny and nice. And then I found this paint afterwards. I was like, I got to repaint mine. So I feel bad that his doesn't look as shiny. I used that same kind of, oh, nice, Matt. Yeah, that's a portion of my video. If you guys haven't seen it, the Boogie Shield video.
Yeah, definitely go check out Travis's video on the Boogie Shield. You get to see him dancing half naked.
Oh, that's like the perfect gift too. That's like one of the funniest spots.
I'll be honest. The first time I watched your video, Travis, that was the only thing I watched. When I realized that was going on in the corner, I was sitting there busting up laughing, and I couldn't stop watching it either. I just wanted to see. I kept watching you and then watching Boogie, watching you, watching Boogie, just to see if the reactions were met and everything.
Yeah, it was funny too because I did that just out of a random thing. Like Heather and Ari were gone for the day, and I was just gonna kind of do my video like I usually do. And I started watching old school Boogie videos to get an idea of where I wanted to go. I kind of like to get a vibe from the videos of the creator that I'm working on. And I saw that video with him dancing around with no shirt on, and I literally ripped my shirt off right then and grabbed the camera, and I just started dancing to the music I had on it.
Yeah, that was good. It definitely made for a good composition.
So that's what brought on the rage thing in there too. So because I was like, I'm just gonna have as much fun as I can with this video.
Yeah, dude, feel free to make me a logo if you want. I can get you like maybe, I don't know, 5, 6 subscribers.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, I was talking about that last night in my stream. I don't know if, how many of you guys were in that stream, but I love doing logos for small channels and large channels. Like, Geek Tech's at like, what, you guys are at like 50 subscribers or something like that. I hopefully jumped
as of right now we're at 64.
Yeah, I was like, hopefully
you guys weren't jumping up tonight.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just people that like
Right back, guys.
are interested in my channel and people that come and talk to me and stuff like that. And I have a huge list of people that I pick from. So yeah, I think it's like 30 different channels deep right now.
Add Joe to the list.
Will do, man. Oh,
Just gonna celebrate a little bit.
yeah, but I don't have any other projects like started right now. I did 3D model one. I'm doing one for Sparky Face 5. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. I'm trying to get to the point where I can talk about the ones that I'm working on a little bit more, especially when they're not going to take as long. The Boogie Shield, the reason I didn't talk about that much is because I wanted it to be kind of hyped. And I was letting it out a little bit to people. But I knew also that it was going to take so long. It ended up taking like 4 months total to make that thing. So I didn't tell that many people. So you know how when you like there's a game or a movie or something come out and you just like keep hearing about it, you don't want to you think it's like overhyped or you're like this thing's gonna suck or something like that. So it worked out.
Yeah, if you go back and check all our streams, the last couple of them, at like 3 hours in, Travis was sneaking.
Yeah. I couldn't help it at that point. It was like sitting there and I'm like, I gotta show this thing off.
Yeah, so I have a question for you, Travis, with the Boogie Shield. So how did you get it as shiny as it is? Will you give that secret away?
Yeah, that's actually one of the easiest things that was about that thing. It's literally this metallic Rust-Oleum bright reflective finish chrome paint. It's get at any hardware store. That's the same with the Sonic Gold ring, except for it's the gold one, of course. I found that actually watching a Barnacules video. He was painting that giant gold bullet. I don't know if you saw that one. But
printed the cannon shell looking thing.
Yeah, and I saw that and I was like, oh, I have to use that. That's amazing. Like it just looks so shiny and reflective. The only problem with it though is that it dings up super easily. So if you touch it or you like press on it or like anything, it'll get fingerprints really easy. So you can't wipe it off. Like you'll just buff it. And like I actually ended up repainting portions of it because it was bad after I was putting like the face pieces on and stuff. So yeah, just be careful. It's an awesome paint and it looks amazing. And you can't clear coat it either because it loses the shine after you do that. So.
I was going to ask you if you could clear coat it or not to protect.
Yeah, that's it sucks. I mean, it sucks and it's amazing at the same time.
Yeah.
It sucks, but it's amazing.
Yeah,
that's much. I wasn't sure if you had done some kind of like polishing to it or not, like buffing it or anything, if that was even possible. Because I've seen that paint, and anytime I've ever used it, yeah, it doesn't look anything like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had to start with like crazily sanding the shield and then putting filler primer over that, and then I think I did a white primer over that. And I actually ended up using a different paint first that I really didn't like, so I ended up sanding that one completely off. And none of this is in the video. I sanded that one completely off and then primed over that again and then did the chrome. So it was a process.
It definitely looks like it was worth it.
It was nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's 11 o'clock and I have to be up at 5:30 in the morning. So I think I'm going to step out.
All right, man.
No.
J. Mike, you want to tell everybody one more time where they can find you?
Missouri.
Street address, please. Street address.
Van down by the river. YouTube channel, Joe Mike Terranella. Just type in Joe Mike and search. You'll find me, or use the description. I'm on Twitter, Mo Jike. We do the first letter switch around. It's clever, I know. And then also, real quick, starting May 1st, I'm going to be doing an every other Monday night stream called the Monday Melt Zone, and it'll be a kind of what Nilla does, but I'm just going to be like just tearing as deep into a specific topic of technology, going as technical as I possibly can with it. Kind of like what my videos are, but live, so you get to see me screw up, which is fun. But yeah, so that's what I got going on, and I need to go to bed.
That sounds awesome.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Bed sounds amazing right now. Yes.
Good night, man.
Night, guys. Night, everybody.
Night.
Night, man.
See you. All right, so what do we want to talk about now? We've run through the topic list that we had.
I don't know.
we can go with the end of the stream topic, which we kind of missed out on a couple of people's answers for. One of the things I have in the agenda for the end of it is, so the whole point of these streams, it was to get the community together, but then for the smaller channels like Geek Tech, like myself, to get exposure to some of the bigger guys like Travis, to their viewers, and also at the same time our viewers get to see the other channels as well. So it's sort of so everybody can get to know everybody type of deal.
Yeah. Community building.
One of the things I'd like to, community building, and it's actually been pretty cool for the community as far as the conversation that happens after this stream, throughout the week leading up to it and everything. But one of the things that I threw in the agenda for the streams is to end with what everybody's watching. So other YouTube channels that you're watching, or specific videos, even if it's from a well-known channel. Like I'm sure Travis probably has the Boogie Shield on replay on his TV when he's not watching us stream. What are you guys watching? What's your favorite videos from this week?
This week. Let you go first.
I've actually been watching a lot of Jetman stuff. He actually did a tour of all of his filament in his office as he cleaned his office and did a time lapse of that. I was watching some of the stuff he was doing.
Oh, I missed that video.
Yeah, I missed that too.
Yeah, but it came out like 2 days ago, I think.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I saw it come up in my feed. I didn't get the chance to watch it. Sometimes my feed gets so long because I'm following so many YouTubers that it just it blows up, and then I'm like, okay, I can't watch that. I watch this later. And then sometimes I just miss them. It's hard to keep up with everybody.
Yeah. I actually this week have not even been watching YouTube. Took a week off of YouTube.
That's impossible.
A week off of watching YouTube videos, trust me, it's refreshing. But at the same time, I looked at everything that I've missed, and I've got a lot of catching up to do.
Did you watch my video?
Of course I watched your video.
So then you didn't take a week off.
I'm a dedicated YouTube junkie. Anybody that I go subscribe to, and I have subscribed to a lot of people from the community recently, which has really taken up an extremely large amount of my time, is I stalk your profile and I watch everything. Creepy or not, hey, I don't care.
He's like, oh, he was just sitting there, just this. Yeah, I've taken a couple days off of YouTube. I've been watching Iron Fist on Netflix.
Oh yeah, I saw that on there. I haven't watched that.
I don't know why I'm even bothering. Because you took a break from YouTube.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you take a break from YouTube. You fall apart.
Yeah.
Start watching garbage.
Believe me, it's pretty bad. I recommend it. You want to have a
As
bad
far as
time?
things I've been watching, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, do you want to have a bad time?
The stuff I've been watching, for the most part, my YouTube stream, kind of like Travis said, it's the stuff that I subscribe to is a pretty long list that I kind of cleaned up a little bit because I transitioned into using the How I Do It channel as my primary YouTube channel because I had people subscribing to my personal one that I used for years that I started originally releasing videos on. So I'm trying to kind of like guide everybody to the new channel. I say new, it started back in like October, but so I kind of cleaned up mine a little bit, but some of the bigger makers and stuff that I've been following, like Jimmy Duresta and Bob Claggett. Bob just did this week a fume extractor for or a soldering fume extractor station, and he actually added helping hands into it, which is kind of neat. I've been following on Thingiverse the helping hands soldering station. It's almost at this point a crowdsourced model. I forget the actual name of it at this point, but I've been watching that and then saw him do his table, and I think that's going to finally make me, one, do a fume extractor for soldering, and secondly, finally start to print this 3D printed helping hands because they've got all kinds of attachments.
Oh man, my fume extractor is so ghetto. I took 3 PC fans and stuck them together, and got a whole bunch of carbon filter and cut it directly to length, and then I freaking solder right next to it while all 3 of the fans run off of a battery.
Hey, that works.
It's so ghetto.
It's one of those things. If you're into electronics, it's easy to make it. And it's kind of like I've soldered for years without using any kind of carbon filters or anything, and I can't say that I've noticed any effects of it. But I also do plumbing and do regular pipe soldering as well and brazing. And some of that stuff is like way worse to inhale than solder.
I grew up doing plumbing, so
yep.
I was a plumber's apprentice to a master plumber.
Chuck Hellebuck said in the chat, he asked if we saw a strange parts channel where he built an iPhone. He built an iPhone in Shenzhen, China. I have not seen that.
I haven't seen that either. That sounds awesome, though.
Huh. Yeah, it does. Strange parts. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. But
so that's one of the cool things about this stream is learning about the new channels. Like Mitch, you sort of popped up this week in Twitter with your the drawing bot behind you. I forget what name you had for it.
Yeah, it's actually called GoCupi, G-O-C-U-P-I. So it's Go is the programming language from Google that it's written in cup because it's originally made to be using suction cups instead of mounted to it like I'm doing there. And then Pi because it's using a Raspberry Pi. That's all GoCupi. But that's actually a Kickstarter project that was developed by some of the members at the Dallas Makerspace, and then I took some of the models, redesigned them in SolidWorks, and that's what I have here. I like doing electronics and robotics and stuff incorporated because that's the reason why I got into 3D printing was to make robot parts. And so right now I'm actually also doing combat robot stuff. I know Angus Maker's Muse, that's how he got started as well. But the little 1 pound and 3 pound robots that fight each other, there's a lot that is going on with 3D printing in that world too.
There's also a lot of that stuff going into remaking droids and walking droids. I can't remember the name of the channel. Thomas something, I think.
Thomas Kim.
Something
is that who you're talking about?
where he makes like droids and then reprograms them and stuff like that with 3D printed parts.
Yeah. I think that's Thomas Kim, if I remember right.
And it's just awesome.
So I'm gonna do
I'm looking up a link for the chat.
Yeah. I'm scared. Shaky cam.
Lucky 13 Vinyl wants to know if you can do a close up of your. I forget the name again already. I'm horrible with names. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry
I don't
about
know
that.
if you can do a close up of it.
It's a webcam. So basically, the problem is the lines are too close together, so it's making just a solid blob. But it's originally meant to use a whiteboard marker. And so these are just simple like pulleys that I printed in ABS, and use a NEMA 17 motors. And then the gondola or the moving part is actually just two 6202 bearings, and then this like printed holder that holds a pen. There's a fishing line that is on there.
You're stretching your USB cord too far.
Is it scratching?
Yeah, it started skipping.
Okay. But I actually, it kind of got this out of it. It's kind of a TARDIS. So.
That's pretty awesome. I would not know anywhere to start with any of that, like whatsoever.
I didn't really either. I just kind of, I mean, they have the kit like already made, and then from that I figured out the basic principle behind it. It's essentially a Raspberry Pi, and then there's the GPIO board. It actually has an Arduino board on it, and then that board actually has the stepper drivers. So it kind of breaks it out too. It's kind of essentially what a ramps does, but it does it for a plotter.
Huh.
You can build one with any kind of CNC controller. It's really the software that takes the SVG file, the vector file, and turns it into G code to plot onto a board. But what it's actually doing is it's kind of like a Delta printer where it has two strings and using gravity, and it's kind of like doing all the triangulation in real time, trying to figure out how to translate, two strings into an XY coordinate. So it has all the problems that Delta printers have of calibration. So
nice.
But all the source code is available on GoKeyPi.com, so you can go dig in the source code.
Cool. See if you can send a link over to Geek Tech then to put that in the description then after the stream's over.
Yeah, definitely.
Just for the people in the chat who were asking me about the helping hands, just in case people aren't following the chat or for later reference, on Thingiverse, it's thing number 801279 is those helping hands. It's a neat project. It's been a evolving project for the last year now that I've had my 3D printer, and it's been going before that as well.
Oh man, just thinking about some of the stuff to breathe in instead of breathing in solder fumes. I was thinking about plumbing, being in an enclosed space and having to breathe in that primer for PVC and that cement.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure that stuff's a quick way to the grave.
Yeah. That's kind of almost like cracking a can of acetone open and just sitting it on your desk.
Yeah, and just like right here.
Yeah.
Close space too. There's nothing you can do about it. You're just in it.
Funny you said that. I was actually thinking about redesigning the respirator that Michael Cthulhu uses.
Redesigning the respirator? But for bearded men?
Yeah. Have you seen the respirator that he uses?
Yeah. It's got two back charcoal filters. It's I forget who sells it. Made of acrylic tube and like a snorkel mouthpiece.
My brain broke. have this concept, and kind of the whole reason I got a 3D printer is, yeah, there's a lot of models to print. There's a lot of different things you can do with it, but there's a lot of things that we use in regular, every day-to-day life that could be better.
Yeah.
And it's typically my function with it. I mean, I've printed off stuff for, not to sound like the 3D printing nerd, but I've printed off things for my refrigerator just because I don't like it hitting the counter on the other side. Not so much that it doesn't close right, but I've got a 10-year-old who thinks everything is never going to break. Like I printed out latches for the drawers and stuff so that like my cabinets, so when they close, they can't be slammed. They stop and then drift in. And it's stuff that's been invented already. I just keep trying to make it better.
Yeah,
That's
for
one of
sure.
the coolest things about 3D printing is the ability to take something somebody else already made and make it better.
Yep.
So this kind of worked out in my favor. The ink actually bled through multiple sheets of paper, and it kind of makes it look better. So it kind of looks like me.
A little bit.
That's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
That was one of the first things that I did, kind of modifying my console. Besides moving the board out from under it, I made a mount that I can slide a Sharpie on the hot end and draw. It was kind of like I did it, and then I thought, well, I get this $50 printer over here that could do the same thing.
It just still seems it's neat when you do something like that. I was thinking about that earlier, that somebody had done that. I'd seen that somewhere where somebody had put a pen right on the hot end. And I don't know, just like has a cool look to it. And it just seems neat when you do stuff like that.
Well, and the cool thing I did with it was, and I have a video on my personal channel. I put the Sharpie on there, and then I did the math and figured out the distance that I needed to raise the hot end up for the tip of the marker.
Mm-hmm.
And then had it draw designs on a cell phone.
Nice.
Which there's something you can't do with a regular printer. So at least I kind of justified doing it.
No, that's awesome, dude. Seems like you're always coming up with, like, when you're talking about the fidget spinners, like embedding the nuts in there, you come up with some crazy ideas, man. That's awesome stuff.
I spend a lot of time at work driving, which gives me way too much time to think about things.
Yeah.
One of the more recent things that I designed to myself, which I got to upload to Thingiverse, I did a flag holder. Anybody's familiar with when you go to this like big box store and you buy the flag holders that screw to the side of your house or to a fence or something like that to hold just like a short 3-foot pole. I didn't like the idea. Number one, they don't last for me. And I didn't like the idea of adding any more holes to my house because it seemed like every time I bought one, the hole pattern was different. So I 3D printed one that actually clamped right on my the decorative fencing on my front porch. Clamps right on there. Printed in ABS, and I mean, at first I was kind of a little bit nervous, but whether it would hold up. So I put just a regular flag in it instead of an American flag. And now it lasted for a week with some decent winds and stuff. So now it's got the American flag on it. And
you don't want to go out there and have your flag on the ground just like you.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been a good idea.
You doesn't want to go outside and the flag has snapped the mount and just it's laying on his porch in shame.
I definitely had to do some testing before I went official with it.
It was in beta. It's all right. You can fix it.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm always coming up with something. I've got something in the works. That's part of what validated having 4 printers.
Oh man,
4 printers now?
Yeah.
How long have you had 4 printers? I don't even know. I've never asked or nothing.
I had my first one I got back in September of 2015, which was the Forward-Tech console. And then since December of 16, right after Christmas, I've acquired the other 3, 2 of which I bought brand new, and the TiVo I bought off Craigslist for $115 assembled.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
A good deal, man.
Yeah, it went through 2 other people assembling and disassembling it, and they still didn't have it working right. And I brought it home that night. I had it printing. I actually just yesterday talked to my nephew, who's sort of trying to start up a YouTube channel, and I have a video that's going to be coming out that I'm working on right now about the imagination that 3D printing allows for, and kind of encourages. I just talked to my nephew yesterday. I'm basically giving him unfiltered access to the TiVo tarantula so that he can start modeling. I installed Fusion 360 and Sculptress on his laptop for him. I want to see what he can create. He's getting ready to turn 16 years old, but I mean, he's got his imagination and his creativity is pretty exciting. So I hooked him up with everything. I told him the printer's yours. I said, when you get a job, you're paying for your own filament and you're paying to fix it, but otherwise it's yours.
Man, hopefully he prints some weird centaur thing. That'd be cool.
The centaur.
Like, every 16-year-old dude is like, I want to make something that's not human.
Yeah. He's big into like the Marvel and DC comics and stuff. So I'm pretty sure some of his first things
Maybe
are
he'll
going to
make
be
a
that.
really cool Spider-Man or something.
Yeah. We'll see what he can do. He's just learning this stuff, so I'm not sure that we're going to see anything too quick from him. But I wanted to put the tools to his fingertips and see what he can do.
Yeah.
I don't have any experience with what did he say? No, not Fusion 360. Did he say Simplify 3D? Is that what he said?
No, Sculptress.
Sculptor. Yeah. I don't have any experience with.
Yeah. I got nail polish on me.
I was playing with it. Hey, there's Heather.
Hey. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hi.
I was playing with Sculptress yesterday while I was showing it to him, and I actually was more productive in Sculptress for the first time, just screwing around with the blob that it gives you at the beginning when you first open it, than I've ever been in the past. That's part of what I think is neat, like seeing the imagination he has versus the, I'll call it lack of imagination, I think, that I have for things that aren't dimensional. Like I can do the stuff like the spinners, the flag holder, printing modifications for things around the house. I can do that stuff because I can visualize it. I can measure for it and model square or rounded. But like even splines in Fusion 360, I'm just starting to get comfortable playing with splines. But when it gets into like the forms and stuff, all I can do there is create some blob from the blob that they gave me.
See, I'm the opposite. I don't like measure anything. I'm just like, I look at something and I visualize it and I'm just like, this looks awesome. And that's what I do. I don't ever like, even with the shield and stuff, I didn't like measure any of like even the holders or anything. I just like kind of went in the modeling software and kind of shaped everything around the shield. And like, I just work completely opposite. I'm like really,
I lack all that kind of imagination.
Well, I'm really bad with my like my printers and stuff. Like 2 out of my 3 printers are broken, and it's hard for me to like mess with them and fix my printers. Like I can do it, but just because I've done it for so long, but I'm not good at it. That's what I'm like. Like my Flash Forge has been sitting there for I think like a month now, not working because the left extruder clogged. I mean, part of it's because I'm busy too, but the left extruder is clogged and the bed is all messed up, and I just haven't had the time to fix it. And the other day, Heather let a print go on the Zix, and the filament wrapped all around the hot end. I stupidly tried to get it off. I heated it up and tried to pull it off, but then I pulled it on some pliers and I pulled the temperature sensor right out. So I like ripped the wire there. So yeah, so I'm down to 1 printer.
You should send your printers to Chuck.
Yeah,
he can put it on his channel.
So does not to jump back on you? Does your nephew do a lot of 3D animation?
He has not. I'm introducing him to it. He's done a lot of drawing, just hand drawing. and also like just playing with Legos and stuff. When he was like, I don't know, I think he was like 6 or 7 years old, he made a Lego Mario. Just sat there one day and just started putting Legos together. Didn't reference anything, just put them together and made a Mario. And like that was kind of part of what focused us in on his creativity. And he's got a YouTube channel. It's called Endless Humor. He's just getting started. He's kind of trying to find his way with it. He's doing some gaming, some skits, like comedy skits and stuff. And then he's doing the drawing and stuff like that on his channel. And I'm encouraging him that everything he does, I told him I want him to use his screen capture software. So every step he's doing in Fusion or Sculptress, that he's recording it. So with the idea that he could put it up on his channel, then sort of a follow along with me as I learn how to do it. So like the 3D modeling, he started doing a little bit of it in high school. They have a 3D printer in their graphics design class that he's gotten to play with a little bit. So he's done some with what's the 3D modeling software like Fusion? Cost a couple $1,000s though.
AutoCAD?
No, not AutoCAD.
SolidWorks.
What was that?
SolidWorks.
SolidWorks, yeah. The school has a SolidWorks license, and he's been learning that. So that and Fusion are pretty similar to each other. So I think he'll pick up Fusion once he learns the names of the tools and the keyboard shortcuts and stuff. So, but to answer your question, the 3D modeling side of things is pretty much completely new to him.
So I've done a lot of 3D modeling with an open source program called Blender.
Yep. Vicky, T-Gull 3D, she uses Blender for a lot of things that she does. And that was one. I do want to hook him up with Blender. I'm getting with him again this weekend. Last night we just kind of sat down quick while the younger nieces and nephews and my kids were painting Easter eggs. Him and I got together and started getting things straightened out or set up for him on his laptop. But yeah, Blender is another one I want to kind of throw at him. So he has some different options rather than trying to figure out what he can use. Just setting him up with some stuff to get started.
Yeah, the one thing you have to watch out with Blender though is that the more layers you go into it, because it is layer based when it gets to rounding corners and stuff like that, and you keep going deeper layer by layer by layer by layer, and it's very CPU burning. It's really hard on your computer, and so keep that in mind. But I like it out of most of the like open source 3D graphing softwares that I've actually used.
My only experience with Blender was when I first started video editing. I used Blender for doing my video editing, and then I very quickly subscribed to Premiere or the Adobe Creative Cloud or Creative Suite, and got away from Blender because Blender works for video editing, but it's kind of using it not really how it's meant to be used. It's meant to be used for 3D rendering.
Right. We use Video Studio.
Yeah.
For video rendering.
Just looking. Heather wants to throw a shameless plug for their contest. How much longer do you guys have left on that, Travis?
I actually don't even remember. I'm like lost on whatever's going on right now on my own channel. I think we've been going for 2 weeks. We did a 3-week contest. Heather, she'll put it in the chat, I'm sure.
Yep, there she just threw it in the chat. Yeah, you guys can go try to win a CME CNC H2 printer. But I'll say the same thing I said for everybody else is don't enter. That way my chances of winning are higher.
Everyone here is entered at least once.
What was that? You got your mic's going crazy again.
I said I think everyone here has at least one entry into that thing.
Yeah.
And there's 9 days
Everybody,
left, by the way.
9 days left. Yeah, there you go. Heather just said it in the chat. Everybody in the chat is also saying that they're going to win, so there's no point in entering.
I never win, so if I did, I'd lose my mind.
Yeah, I never won anything either, so. Yeah. But I've been promoting their contest all over freaking Twitter and stuff. Trying to help them out.
Yeah.
Heather, do you know how many entries you guys have at this point in the contest?
I know it's in the thousands. I don't remember.
2,288.
I guess
What was it?
if you click on the link, it should say that's
10,288 right now.
10,000.
10,288.
Holy crap!
295 now.
10,000.
Yeah, 295.
That's crazy.
Wait a second. Whoa, wait.
That
Why is that?
escalated quickly.
Okay, I got to remedy that. Apparently, I have 0 entries. I thought I entered yours.
What's your problem?
Well, heck, I guess I can't win if I didn't do that.
Don't lie. It's because you don't want to subscribe to my channel.
Yeah, see, that's the best thing about all the contests. Everybody's like, "Oh, subscribe to my channel in order to enter," which makes sense. Except I'm already subscribed.
I think it still gives you an entry. You just click on it.
It does. Yeah.
And then you just hit continue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go back to it every day and retweet it and get another entry. Wink, wink.
I wonder why I'm not entered. That's kind of interesting. You know what? It's because I'm on my laptop, which I do all the entries from my phone.
Gotcha.
So I'm not signed into my Gleam account.
Yeah, that H2 that CNC has is pretty awesome. I mean, it obviously just needs a peated bed, and I think that's about it. But it's basically a tinier Rostock Max.
Yeah, seriously, I want to win.
Yeah, it's a cool machine. They were doing a build at Murph, so which I wish I could participate, but I already have hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars in printers. I don't need another one. That's what I said. I couldn't justify a 4th printer, but
You can't justify a free printer. You must.
Well, okay, a 4th printer right now. Oh, I definitely want to get I'm probably going to build a D-bot next, just to have a bigger build area.
We just think Pyro isn't good enough to subscribe to a printer. Come on now. It's not like you got 4,000 subs in a day for making a boogie shield or something.
Man. Oh. We got to see that thing before it got released.
Yeah, there was a handful of people that I showed it off to.
I mean, I about shit myself when I saw it. I'm not even kidding. I was like, damn, that's amazing. I was like, it's so good. I can't make paint look like that.
That's what everybody keeps saying. Talk about the paint.
There's a reason everybody keeps saying it. You're so good. You're talented, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Geek Tech, you guys, your mic's going wonky again.
Yay!
Love the wonky mic. Running over a cord here. That's better.
It should be there. They come back.
No, we're not. You guys can stop talking about us now.
Oh, you didn't leave long enough.
I think these are the worst hosts ever.
I was just over here doing a Francis Rage on your logo. Sorry.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, our logo. I actually love what you did with our logo, dude. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I wanted to do some more laser cut stuff like that. And I just realized today that I could sublimate right onto the aluminum, so it looks like really. I don't know how good you can see it in here, but it's.
Oh wow, that looks cool as hell.
In here, can you see it actually? With
yeah,
the light?
really cool.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, it gets a like an iridescent, like really cool look. Because most of the time I press right onto the white side, But if you do it right on the metal, it's just like looks really amazing. So I'm gonna try to incorporate that into some logos.
You need to send us one of those so we can put it next to the logo you made for us.
Yeah, for sure, dude. I'll put this one actually that I made right in with your logo.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man.
Cool, man.
You guys get the prototype.
It's such a cool thing, man. I'm so stoked to have a logo, like a real life logo instead of it's digital. You know,
Heather says I
picture.
Heather said I had to redo your logo with the other metal.
I mean, it blows my mind because I like I said, I do a lot of animation stuff and I do little artsy things here and there, and I'll take little bits and pieces of everything like that. Our logo is made up of several different fandom stuff that we found.
Yeah.
And we just kind of jammed it all together and like, yeah, that looks good. Let's do that. But just to see it actually like alive is just awesome. And I mean,
I think that's like the biggest thing about logos to life. Everybody just like it's all about the creators, and they see that logo and they want to share it. I think that's why it's gotten popular, because it's like as soon as you get that in your hands, you're like, oh my gosh, I made this is my logo, you know. Like they're just like, oh, spread it around to the world, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Oh damn. Anything else anybody want to talk about? Anything on anybody's mind?
I need to get a logo so I can have Travis make one.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't like. That's one thing I don't like doing. Actually making the logos, like from the beginning, I don't like making them from scratch. That's like so hard for me. Like I have so many issues. I've done it before, but I just can't do it well. Well, I mean, I don't say I can't do it well, but it just takes me a lot longer to do it.
You designed the James and Mike Monday show, didn't you?
Yeah, I did that one. That's like the only one on the wall that I designed from scratch. So I like taking people's logos and bringing them to life. That's my favorite thing.
You also did most of Joel, the 3D printing nerds, right?
Yeah, well, I guess I did do that too, because Joel's logo is literally blue with the 3D printing nerd text on it, so I had to come up with something. But he also had a theme too, you know, with the high five, and you know, the hot end just kind of came to me. So I do have like, if somebody's like really has a personality or something like that, I can you know, go with it. But I just don't like creating, you know, somebody's personality, you know. Like if and a lot of people that want a logo, they're like, oh, just make me a cool logo. I'm like, I have no idea what you want.
Who are you?
I think the Print 3D channel is another guy I've actually been watching recently. Forgot his name, but his print channel, his name is Print 3D channel, and he's doing one print every day. So
I know, and he's up to, what are we up to? It's about 100 and some.
Yeah, he actually printed Joel's logo, but the hashtags didn't come out, which I thought were interesting. And he's at day 104. He's doing Patrick Star from SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's it.
But that's an interesting challenge though. This to do a print a day, because I can't even get my printers to, you know, do a print a day. If I can, I run out of stuff to print on Thingiverse, I think.
Yeah, he's doing a print a day and making a video a day. I can even like making videos are crazy. Like I even just like the editing time and like just putting in all the keywords and all the description. And I'm like, how is he doing that?
Yeah.
I can make a.
Yeah, my videos would definitely taper off.
Yeah. When's the last time you released a video, Matt?
Don't ask that. Well, April 1st would have been. Yeah, April 1st would have been the last video, which was the Google Gnome.
Yeah.
I do. I've got one in the works right now. Actually, speaking of which, if you guys don't mind me plugging this a little bit, I am looking for. I put a question out on Twitter the other day, asking for everybody to record a quick snip, just a real quick video. It can be cell phone shot, doesn't have to be processed or anything. The question that I want answers to is, if you could print anything, what would you print? All these videos are little short videos that everybody sends me are going to get compiled into one final video. And if you have kids and you don't mind them being on a YouTube video, it'll be clean. And anybody who submits is going to get approval before the video goes live. But ask your kids too. I'm trying to get adult opinions on, if I could print anything, this is what I'd print, versus kids' opinions of, and sort of, I want it to be impromptu answers.
I already have a thing. I'll take a video for you 10 minutes from now.
Cool.
Send me Kamadake from Tenchi Muyo.
All right. Do me a favor, record that and send me a video or send me a message on Twitter. Just DM me on Twitter.
Sure.
And any. Sorry, I was gonna say, you just mean like anything, like with any technology, like if you could just print anything, like at all, like what do you?
So here's kind of what I'm looking at. Like for the adults, I'm kind of figuring a lot of adults are going to have sort of reined in ideas, like something practical or something that is.
I want you to print a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
There you go. But what I kind of imagine is a lot of the adults are either going to have practical things or things that already exist. Whereas kids, things that already exist that are 3D printable. Whereas kids, like my daughter, ever since I got the printer, she thinks I can print anything. I mean, anything. And she comes up with some wacky ideas that I wished I could tell her, you know what? I will work on that and I'll print it for you. But some of the stuff is just so wacky that as an adult and having a 3D printer, I just know currently it's not possible. Yeah. That's sort of what I'm after, is the impossible that kids think of, versus what most adults, not all of us, but most of us have lost that imagination. That's kind of where the whole thing with my nephew came from as well, is trying to kind of encourage that imagination and let it grow, rather than, as a lot of us, our imagination has kind of dwindled as we got older and wiser.
I wouldn't say we're always wiser, but we did get older.
Well, I would say that. Definitely older.
A lot more jaded. We all get a lot more jaded and a lot more cynical. That's what happens when you get older.
And just in case anybody is planning on submitting a video, my Twitter handle is @CountryCowboy. And if you look at the F3D PCH account, I retweet pretty much everything that I post on that account. I retweet on my personal account. I have a Google Drive folder everybody can upload their video to. So that's my next upcoming video that I'm working on, Travis. Plus, I have one other thing in the works in collaboration with Printed Solid and MakerBox that I really need to get that video out this weekend.
Yeah.
And working on a collaboration with Chris over Practical Printing as well. Yeah, which, again, as I said earlier, I'm the holdup on that one.
Yeah, that's one thing I used to do when I first started my channel. I first started doing these logos. Even I would just like start working on a project, and I would just like keep doing it. And I'm like, oh, I'll just release a video later. I'll just release a video later, and I would end up taking like 3 months to do a project. You know, and then I would be releasing a video every 3 months. That's not a sustainable YouTube channel.
Yeah, I know. I definitely got to get better with my video releases.
I'm not trying to like put you down or anything either. I'm just trying to encourage you, like, just release anything, dude. Get something out there that's even just like a vlog, updating people, like just talk about what you're thinking about doing. I don't know, just get stuff out there. You guys too, Geek Tech. I've been telling you guys too.
Yeah, we know. We've done recording too. Like the last 2 recordings we've done were complete garbage though. Like my audio corrupted and his video corrupted on 2 separate areas.
We've got about an hour and a half of video footage where I'm talking just fine and you can hear this robot in the background and my face is stuck like this for some fucking reason. I have no idea why.
And we were like, damn it, we worked so hard.
So,
but no, we watched the whole thing to see if any of it was salvageable. It was just all bad.
My biggest issue with getting videos out is again, like I said, the projects that I do, the different things that I create or work on, a lot of that stems from the fact that I have a lot of time to think about it while I'm driving at work. And I work by myself, so it's not like I really have anybody to talk to most of the day. So I talk to myself. But yeah, it's even better when I actually have conversations with myself. I've done that while I'm driving already.
That's perfectly fine. Just don't argue with yourself and lose the argument. Then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always a draw. But yeah, I think of videos and stuff to do, or I think of projects, and my biggest problem is like I'll turn around and do something and then go, well shit, I should have recorded that.
Yeah, I've done that plenty of times for sure.
We've done that.
Yeah, we've
so much.
We've done that a lot to the point that now anytime we're like hanging out or anything like that, I start recording and we just record everything.
Yep.
Which takes me a long time to decipher through to figure out what we're actually going to put on. But we've got a couple of videos that we're going to keep going with because of how we get in the middle of recording. Is we get extremely talkative and then the camera starts and it's and we end up with these random blooper moments, which we're going to kind of make that our kind of thing, as it were.
Or the other problem we have is, well, if we're doing like a video game stream or something, or a video game recording, he gets hyper focused and I start fucking off in La La Land somewhere. And he's quiet, diligent in one little area, and I'm just like, la 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 la.
I get my try hard on, and it's not the end of that.
And I'm not a try hard when we're just having fun.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, holy crap!
Hey,
Made it back.
Noah's back.
Noah.
Yeah, it's funny you guys are talking about this. I actually had to dip out so I could finish editing this video because if I don't get it done tonight, it's going to be tough to do tomorrow.
See, unlike all of us, he was actually being productive, is what he's saying.
All of us. He's like, guys,
I'm like trying to commit to doing this I'm frazzled after today. Trying to do like an episode of this every single Friday, which obviously I'm late. I guess on the West Coast they might get it Friday, but here it's already past midnight, so.
That's what I said with my Google Gnome video, and everybody at Google even clocked that as being April 1st, even though it was technically April 2nd.
Yeah, see, I give you guys crap about it, but I'm like super bad about it myself. You know, I try to have a schedule, and then I go and I start making a video on Sunday for Monday or something like that, and I'm like, oh crap, it's Monday already. Oh, I got to keep working on it. Oh, wait, I didn't do this. Oh, you know, it'll keep extending and stuff, and I have bad problems with that. You know who's really good at that is Chaos Quartet, Garrett. He does a video every Wednesday, and he like is on the dot like every time, and he has that model every week. And that's what I was talking about too. Is like even when he doesn't have his model, he like will release a vlog and he just talks about why he doesn't have a model or like what he's doing and stuff. So I want to get better like that, and you know that's what I was trying to encourage you guys to maybe do too. Just think of other things that you could get out there if you want to have a even not saying a successful YouTube channel, but if you just want to be on YouTube and talk to people and get your community going a little bit, you gotta release videos.
Yeah,
I talked about it a little bit in the one little vlog I did. I kind of dropped the ball for it was maybe like a month, probably less than that really, where I had been releasing videos regularly and then I stopped. And you instantly notice like a difference in your like traffic and stuff, and you can tell like you just stop ranking in search results and stop getting like in the recommended video list on the right hand side when people are watching stuff, and it does have a dramatic effect on your channel.
Yeah, for sure. That's too why I've been trying to also live stream once a week. Now I'm trying to get better about that, but because, you know, that's still a video going up on my channel afterwards. You know, it's still something up there. So
somebody was saying during one of the streams, or during, it might have even been during like Jatman's stream or something, about the live streams don't really count.
I mentioned it in that vlog I did, and I don't know that for a fact, but it seems like they don't count. They might count for something, but they don't seem to count the same as like as an actual like upload.
yeah, for sure.
And like I said, I don't know if that's true, like in their search algorithms or, you know, their traffic rankings and stuff, but it seemed to be the case for me because when I stopped uploading frequently, I had never stopped streaming. I still did my Tuesday and Thursday thing like every week pretty consistently, and it surely it helps because that gets people in that you get to interact with, and those tend to be the people that hang around.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? They tend to be like active subscribers because they're, you know, they dig what you're doing. But yes, I wish YouTube would be a little more upfront about like their search algorithms and stuff.
That's been like a
I guess that would lead to them being manipulated if they would say too much about them, but it's a little frustrating that you're just kind of like, it's almost like you're casting spells. It's like you just go through these motions and you're hoping like results are going to happen. It's like, I don't know. It's kind of like a weird thing.
This will work, I swear.
Yeah, it's like some weird digital ritual almost. It's kind of odd.
It's pretty funny because it goes all the way up the ranks. Like when I was at VidCon last year and I was sitting with some big YouTubers, you know, like Dame Drops and stuff. He's at like 600, I think he's at 700,000 subscribers now. And I was sitting with Boogie and like Healthy Junk Food and stuff. And they're just talking about the same things. They have like no idea how the algorithm works or anything like that. They're still trying to figure stuff out, and they have no idea either. So it's pretty funny.
Tony Ryan said in the chat his secret to YouTube success is titling every video "Nude Skydiving."
I just pictured a lot of flapping skin.
Flapping was enough said.
Elderly nude skydiving.
Thank you, Noah.
Heather does make a good point for anybody who's trying to learn anything off of any of us, what we do on YouTube or how we go about promoting ourselves or trying to make our channel better. No one really does know how it works. And I think Joel had said with the video when he jumped in after the stream that you guys did, Travis, he had said then that his video that went viral about the Coinster, that YouTube doesn't even have a clue that happened. I mean, but like Travis, obviously Travis has some experience. I mean, he did go jump what 5,000, 4,000 some subscribers in a week.
Yeah, I just learned the secret of collaboration and doing things with other YouTubers. That's like one of the biggest things that I've learned since I started YouTube is talking to other people and being involved in the YouTube community in general, and like doing what we're doing tonight. This helps, you know, with your subscribers, getting on these chats, getting on the streams, communicating with people on Twitter and your social media and stuff. You just gotta be out there. You just gotta do stuff. You know?
Yeah, I think like I would credit more of my YouTube subscriptions and stuff and exposure to you guys and the fact that I'm active on Twitter with you guys. A little bit of it's come from Instagram. Before I really got onto YouTube, I was doing a lot on Instagram, just taking pictures and posting it up of a project I was working on, and had a bit of a following on Instagram there for a little bit from that. And I mean, a proof of interacting with the community, Claire over at Make It and Fake It. That was last week, I think between Wednesday and Friday. She went from 3 videos and I think like 3 or 4 subscribers on the Onwea 3D printers list to over 100. I'm not even sure what she's up to at this point. But during the stream last week, she bumped to 100, and that was in 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I have a secret in my back pocket too, and it's called the 3D Pink Mafia and Heather on Twitter because she's insane on it. She's way better than I am at Twitter. She ranks people in and talks to all the new people, and she's gotten us like filament stuff and like all kinds of crazy stuff. She's the one who arranged every bit of Springer and all that ever existed.
Actually, it's funny thing you bring up about Heather. I freaking died laughing the other night. I don't even remember what it was I tweeted. It was something. I think it had something to do with you and your account. And I was talking about kind of like getting you over. You deserve to be over 10,000 by the end of the month. And I tweeted this out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I haven't slept in like 2 days. I didn't even realize what I was doing, and it was up and posted for like 4 seconds, and like I was like, "Whoa, she never sleeps." She's doing this in her sleep. I don't know.
She's pretty crazy at it.
My wife is better at every bit of social media.
Who has Travis's video up there?
That's funny. I'm sorry, Travis, but that is like the best thing you've done so far. It's right there. And we were talking about the Print 3D channel. Jeffrey, he's the one who did the GIF.
I know one thing that helps is doing reviews. I kind of knew this the whole time I've done YouTube, is that reviews are one of the things that push your channel like to the next level. And I've put it off, and I've talked about tons of things, but I've never done like an official review. And the first one I did was actually on a file set for Dungeon Terrain. I've had 6 companies contact me since I put that video up and send me their STL packs, like for medieval like gaming stuff already.
Nice.
It's why I feel like such a dumbass. I still haven't done my MK2 review. And like, if you look at a lot of people's channels, like their reviews for the printers that they do will have 10 times the traffic on them that any other thing they do has on it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I was gonna say, with the when I got my Power Spec Ultra and the Power Spec Wanhao, both of those I recorded the unboxings of them, and what I thought as I was unboxing it and everything. And I've like sat on those videos. I've done nothing more with those reviews for those 2 printers. And I mean, now the Power Spec Duplicator i3 Plus is a Wanhao Duplicator i3 Plus V2. It literally says on it, powered by Wanhao. But the Power Spec Ultra is a kind of a weird combination. It's a Folgertech Creator shell with the not Folgertech, FlashForge Creator Pro, I guess V2 shell with the Dreamer hardware in it. So it's kind of like a bastard child. But I recorded the videos and haven't done anything with them since then.
Yeah. Reviews are hard. Like, we did the Zix review, and we were just standing there like, what are we doing? We're trying to research all this stuff and make sure we had everything, like watching other reviews, like how should we do this? And it's really hard to do reviews, for us at least. People that are really good, like Dustin and Preston and Joel and stuff, they did Angus, they just like feel like they blow them out, but I don't know.
Like those men are all machines though.
They what?
Real people. They're all just robots and masks.
I think you need some F5 action over there. You're a little little robot-y to me.
If anybody wants to sponsor Geek Tech, get them a new microphone.
We need 2.
2.
You need your Amazon wish list up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, there's a terrain guy like talking about things that make you successful. Holy hell. He was talking about it briefly. The Amazon affiliate program. This is a guy that I watch that does like kind of old school gaming terrain. Like, he uses hobby knives and foam and hot glue and all that stuff. And he's got 11,000 subs. And he was talking about his Amazon affiliate links. He had a video where he recommended this hot wire cutter. It's for cutting foam. And he had like 3,000 people buy that foam cutter through his Amazon link in like 3 months.
Nice.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know how the affiliate program works. Like, I don't know how much like money that translates into, but
That's crazy still.
that's insane because his 11,000, like that's a nice sized channel.
Yeah.
That's quite a bit bigger than I am, but by YouTube standards, you know, that's not like all that big. And have that much traffic going through one of your videos because it was like a review.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's crazy how that stuff happens.
Yeah. Back to what I was saying with the reviewers for Makers News and 3D Printing Nerd. I said that none of those men are real people. They're all machines and masks. That's how they can get all that stuff out so quickly and so efficiently and still seem human. I don't know how to do it otherwise.
I hate
And
to tell
not
you
talk
guys, but you
nonsense.
gotta hit
Like
that
that's the
bump
thing I
again.
worry about. Is because when you're doing a review, like that's going to be around for a little while, and you don't want to say anything that you're going to regret. Like that's one of the things I get caught up on.
Yeah.
And
By
like
way,
the
I'm
3D
just
printing
saying,
nerd
those
and
guys.
Tom's the same way, and Angus, like they do this stuff so frequently, so well, and yet manage to not talk a bunch of nonsense. Like that's the thing that blows my mind. Is like they seem to be very thoughtful about everything they say, even though they do it so frequently and so prolifically.
Yeah, when they have gripes, they're legitimate gripes.
Yeah.
They're not like explosions out of the water. They don't freak out about it. They don't diss the company for it. It's something that, you know, happens in manufacturing or whatnot. But those guys, I don't know how they do it. They amaze me.
A lot of hard work. Like if Tom's a good example. If you go look at his old videos and then compare them to the new ones, you can see the work that he's put into it. You can see how he's like progressed and kind of gained experience and improved everything. And it was like when you just come to his channel now, you think, man, how does this guy do this stuff? And then if you watch his videos over time, you can see the slow, steady progress that he made and like how things progressed over time over the course of several years of just working your ass off.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely true with most channels. I even look at some of the stuff that I did back in the beginning, like even this Angry Video Game Nerd logo. You can see all the print lines, and I was just painting over it. And you know, whereas I go, I started using more techniques that I learned and started making myself look better. So, I mean, that's true for any channel. It's just to me they just seem so natural at it. Those reviews just like still blow me away though. I don't even feel like I will ever get to like that level of being like professionalism and stuff that they have though.
Yes. My first video was a unboxing and review of the CNC Harris when it first came out. I was one of the early adopters, and that's actually like my most viewed video. I mean, I only have 80 subscribers. I think it's like about 1,200 views now, but like you know, I think it's reviewing something or a printer or product that hasn't been reviewed yet. So kind of being first one to publish a video on it.
Yeah, that definitely.
Companies aren't sending me printers to review yet, so if they want to, I mean, I'll review the cheapest Chinese printer and then drill it, and then they can pay me for that. That'd be great.
Yeah.
GearBest, I'm on YouTube. Just letting you know.
Yeah. So, did anybody see the little bit of a hint that some people were dropping about the GearBest boxes that they're getting?
No.
So supposedly there is a big brother to the CR10, and GearBest must be shipping them out. I know Preston got one. I suspect he didn't answer me, but I'm suspecting that Clayton, Uncle Jesse, may have gotten one as well. I'm curious to see what that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, the mention of GearBest made me think of it.
No, that's fine. I don't know. I look at reviews. There's been a couple things we've reviewed on our channel, but it's literally things that we've bought, and it's it's stuff that we have supported in the past and stuff like that. Yeah, I know YouTubers and stuff like that get sent 3D printing machines or cell phones or GoPros or whatever because they're really popular and stuff like that. And it's a great level to be at. It really is. But people starting off in YouTube have to understand that it doesn't just happen at the start. It takes
not at all.
large amounts of work. And you're, especially when you're trying to build this whole image for yourself of saying we are an unbiased opinion. We are not going to let you buy crap.
Yep.
But then that in itself being Arkham's razor, if you will, anybody that's scared that you're going to find something wrong is not just going to send you something. So, I mean, it doesn't happen overnight. You go any YouTuber you look at, any of them, you go back far enough into their videos, and trust me, it's what I do with every person I subscribe to. Is I go all the way back and I watch pretty much anything that they've ever done, because you can see how they progress and you can see what they did to do better.
Yeah,
and kind of develop this personality, and that's what I like about YouTubers is you can see this personality that they have on screen develop. And that's just cool to me. But none of them start off perfect.
Yep, absolutely. Joel just posted a link to one of his videos earlier in the week that only had one comment on it. And I mean,
I don't know why that's funny, but that's funny.
Yeah, the thought that he has one that has one comment, whereas now it's like, I watch a video that I swear to God it just released, and there isn't even enough time, and it's already got 100 couple comments on it.
That's actually my favorite thing to do in my videos is to go back to the very first video that the YouTuber did that I'm working on, and I put a clip of that video usually in the video that I'm making. So like the boogie one I just did, the very first video that pops up with him like looking around and doing like bobbing around, the one before I'm there, that was his very first video that he uploaded to YouTube.
You mean the where is it at? The one before this one.
Yeah.
That was Boogie's like shirtless crazy.
I'm just keeping that. I'm just keeping this on reserve, Travis.
We're gonna wait until Travis has like 5 million subs and be like, "Remember this? Remember this? We do."
I have noticed though, like starting YouTube, that like I have to get more comfortable speaking in front of a camera, you know, because it's basically public speaking, but you have to do it constantly.
See, if you haven't noticed, Mitch, most of us just don't shut up.
The easiest thing to do to like talk to the camera is literally just start talking to yourself. I know that sounds really stupid. No, just start talking to yourself.
That's not stupid at all, actually, because when I first before I started talking to the camera, if you watch my first videos, I was not on the camera at all. I just did my time lapses and that was it. What made me start talking to the camera was I started just doing Periscope streams and nobody was watching them whatsoever, and I would just talk. And I'd be like just talking out what I was doing. Like it didn't matter, you know, just like practice like that. Like find something and then maybe you'll get 1 or 2 people in there. You can start talking to them, you know, and you just get more and more comfortable with it as you go. So
yep. Start talking. An easy way to practice if you don't want to do it in a stream, watch TV and talk to yourself while you're watching TV. Explain what you're seeing in the TV.
Just don't do it in front of a window.
Or in front of your wife.
Yeah, you get dumb looks from your wife.
Put a Bluetooth earpiece and people won't think you're weird.
My wife literally came in and looked at me going,
I'll tell you, one of the things I want to do, and Travis, you said about a vlog, I want to like go somewhere and walk around somewhere, holding my phone out and just talking to it.
Yeah.
Because I watch some of these people's vlogs, some of the bigger YouTubers' vlogs, and they're just walking around town, talking on their phone, and like I like watching the people who pass them turn around and going, "The hell."
They're crazy like that. Healthy junk food. I was watching one video. They just like they just went into a Home Depot and they set up and started eating tacos there, like at a kitchen area, like, and just started filming it. I'm like, you get to a point where you just like you'll just do it anywhere after you do it enough.
Yeah.
I
Do you ever
can't
watch
believe
the?
they did
Go
that,
ahead.
by the way.
What's that? The
Go and set up in a Home Depot kitchen and just start eating. Just look at Home Depot.
Do you ever take notice? Have you guys watched any of the 360 panoramic videos on your phone where when you're turning, it turns with you?
Yeah.
So I have a Google Cardboard, and like I started when I first got that, I started looking at all these videos on YouTube, just searching for 360 videos. And it was funny because I'd see these people doing vlogs, or Naomi Wu's been doing a few of them where she's walking around these streets in China or whatever. And it's funny because if you're looking away from the person, like in the direction they're walking, people are like diving out of the way of this thing, trying to figure out what it is, not realizing it's recording them.
Especially the 360 cam, because she's basically walking around with like a ball on a stick when she's
Yeah.
doing those videos.
Yep.
It's funny.
The 360 cams are the funniest ones to watch.
Yeah, another one. You can also see some really cool 360 videos from. There's a couple dudes that are called Kobe, I think, Kobe Studios, and
Smiley Time does a lot of 360
and
videos too.
Fun for Louie, where you can see them doing like jumping out of planes and stuff with 360.
Yeah, those are awesome to watch.
So you just see. The thing is, I don't want to watch that because the view of like falling out of a plane to me doesn't just bode. It just doesn't bode well. It's like, oh, I'm falling right now. You know.
Yeah, that stuff can get pretty real.
I mean, it is real. It's real life, and it's in HD. I'd like to see someone 360 like a Zorb ride. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like one of those giant hamster ball hamster balls for people. That word.
Oh, nice. That'd be pretty.
Oh, there's a ski resort around us that has that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's this big giant like. It's a ball that you get inside of it, like a hamster ball almost, but it's like padded, so you can run into stuff or run into other people with them and not get hurt. What do they call them? O-balls or something like that.
Yeah.
See that back when I was younger, they had there was this show, American Gladiator, the big metal balls. I always wanted one of those things when I was little.
The Q-tips.
Yeah, giant Q-tip.
Hit people with the giant Q-tip. Yep.
Man, then they have the Ninja Warrior now, which I think has the same appeal to it. But
Ninja Warrior is way more intense athletically.
Yeah, those people are actually talented.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest differences.
Yeah, those people are definitely talented.
They're not just muscular. Yeah, especially like the original Ninja Warrior series. Oh man, there's like some very, I know it's weird to say, but very emotional moments on that show with like people winning, and the final thing where they have to basically do like the 100-foot vertical rope climb and stuff, and people take it seriously. Like I didn't realize at first like how committed you have to be to that, and then some people started releasing basically like some training diaries of like their preparations for it. It's kind of crazy how serious people take that stuff.
And then they show you their backyard with their mock-up stuff that they have.
Because we would always go from watching Ninja Warrior to Wipeout. I don't know if anybody's seen that show.
That show's amazing.
It's where you're seeing like regular ass people get spinal injuries like every 15 seconds, basically.
Just watching their head meet the back, like the back of their head meet the very end of their tailbone.
Here's talent. Here's no talent.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh man, it's like when you watch people like watching people get smacked with those big foam things. I could watch that shit all day long because they're always so shocked too, like they didn't know it was gonna happen. You're on a show called Wipeout for a reason. Holy crap!
Make It and Fake It in chat was talking about making a compilation of stuttering, like from your recordings and stuff. Actually, I have one of those on the way. and it's probably going to have about 95 bleeps in 60 seconds of video here, because it gets frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The very first video I actually tried to record into a vlog, I still have. I never released it. It's horrible, like stuttering, cursing, like all kinds of stuff. I might release it one of these days, but it's pretty bad.
You have enough subscribers. You don't really need to. You can't really sabotage it now. So.
But no, do any of you do like vlogs or anything like that? Like, I've been batting the idea around of at least doing like one a week to keep it really short, update people on what's like going on. Travis suggested doing what I wanted to do today. Like, I didn't get this video that was supposed to be up today. So I wanted to do like a little vlog of like, hey, this is what happened. You know, it's coming. Don't freak out, because some of the guys, like, I know are waiting for mainly because I promised it would be up on every Friday reliably, and then here's the first week after that promise, and I didn't get it up. So shut up, guys.
I've been looking and considering doing vlogs. I think the biggest problem biggest thing to get over with doing a vlog is the thought of nobody wants to hear what I have to say. I talk to myself in my work van. Nobody really wants to hear that, or in some cases should need to hear that. But I have thought about, like, again, as much time as I spend driving, I have a phone mount right in front of my steering wheel, and I've thought about just dropping the phone in there, hitting record, and while I'm driving down the road, recording a vlog to post. Because, like Travis said, I know one of the biggest things I can improve on my channel is just getting some kind of content worthwhile. I mean, not just me rambling on necessarily, out on my channel on a weekly basis, so people know to expect something from me each week. Whereas right now it's kind of like,
here's something you could think of doing: watching like watching a 3D printing video, or watching something super in depth, or something super in depth you did, and then as you're driving to home or to work one day, do what you're saying and talk about it while you're on your way home or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
because then, even if you don't use that video, maybe you can get a little snippet video of you doing something else and then add that audio footage over top.
That's actually not a bad idea. Like, I watch a lot of Jimmy DeResta videos, and he's been doing weekly vlogs. Have you seen the vlogs that he's been doing on a weekly, every Friday now? Something like that, I think, is a really cool idea, where he's basically taking and showing you, here's what I've done throughout the week.
Yep.
And here is, sorry, I was reading in the chat. Here's what I've done through the week. And at the same time, like, here's snippets of videos, like you're saying. And I really like that format. And just real quick, Duplicate, to answer your question in the chat, I have not bought an S8. No interest at all. Sorry.
I think Preston from Press Reset, that's the way some of his videos work. They're sort of like a vlog over the course of like a day or several days, and they're all like clips. And
yeah, he started doing that more lately.
Yeah, and they're interesting to watch. Like, I sit and watch them, and they're entertaining. You don't spend but a few seconds on every individual thing, so like it keeps moving along. It's like fresh, it's interesting.
Okay, and I'll
get a good idea of like what he's up to and stuff.
Let me throw something in about that, Matt. You're saying nobody would want to listen to you, and stuff like that. Preston actually, okay, and Nella just said Preston's vlogs are interesting. Yeah. Preston actually told me that exact same thing that you're telling me, that nobody would want to listen to it. Well, he's not Casey Neistat. He's not like, people do want to listen, man. I mean, just try it and like see how it goes. I mean, that's all.
Look what you're doing right now.
I was just gonna say, as I was saying what I was saying, I thought,
people sitting in chat and stuff.
Exactly. Here we all are, just rambling on.
This is probably the dumbest thing ever. All of us, none of us think we're interesting people, but there are 20 other people here watching us be uninteresting together.
Video I have.
That's the part you got wrong. It's not that I don't think I'm interesting. I just don't think you think I'm interesting.
Well, we'll be scientific about it then. Let's face it. How long is a 5-minute time lapse of something you print really going to take? Like 5 minutes.
Right.
So put together 5 minutes of you running your mouth, essentially.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
And throw it up. It's a 5-minute video. If it doesn't get views, okay, test failed. If it gets viewed, well,
And
you were wrong.
Especially when you're first starting your channel, before you get into like something where like people, like I'm putting up these logos and stuff, people are like, I want these logos, put up these logos. Do it while your channel is smaller and get your stuff out there and like just do different things. You never know what you might like doing the best or what people like to watch you doing. So
Yeah, I have shaky cell phone footage on most of my videos now, but I actually bought a camcorder because I hate shaky cam videos on other people's channels. So, but lighting and audio are like the biggest hurdles for some reason. Even though like the technology's around, it just seems to be the worst. Hey,
who's that?
Joel.
That would be
whoa.
Oh, hey! Finally made a live stream.
Oh wow!
What's going on?
So now there's like 100 more viewers now.
Yeah, watch this. Okay,
Is
so
that
we
how that
are
works?
now at 20
Yeah.
viewers. If Joel tweets this out, how high do we go?
I made it. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm gonna get my headphones.
I'm gonna get my yes.
Hey, Geek Tech F5 real quick.
Yep.
So if we can have Audio Technica sponsor this this channel and give us all nice microphones and stuff.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
We all need good microphones, and Geek Tech needs a new audio card. Because every 3 seconds we're dying over here.
But at least you've got the captain.
That's
we
right.
have the captain.
If only we had Captain Balls.
Hey, what's Captain Balls doing tonight?
Captain Balls.
No. What is he doing tonight?
Hey guys, Captain Balls.
Oh, that's good.
Check that
That
out.
cannon blast is good. It is so good. It's like a
Yes, it's
citrus.
really good, but it's getting harder to get on the East Coast now. For some reason, it's not out here anymore.
That makes no sense.
I know.
I can hear myself. I hear myself on a delay.
Yeah, it might be because
That's not
my
fun.
it's too loud.
Travis.
Headphones, Travis.
I've just heard myself saying I can hear myself on a delay.
Just wait, you'll hear that again here in a second.
It's never ending. It's never ending.
Here,
We
Joel,
run a
we
tight
have
ship around here.
we have the official Travis on hold video here. Hang on 1 second. Right
Uh-oh.
there.
Oh.
Every single time.
They've been showing that off all night.
Because it's the best.
It's totally awesome. It's wonderful. It's literally wonderful.
He has a browser open with it like queued up all the time.
I do.
Oh man.
As soon as we started this stream, Travis, I had that pulled up and off to the side.
Of course you did.
Nice.
Of course you
Waiting
did.
patiently.
Yeah. Just
Here, wait,
waiting to see if you would join.
Uh-oh, Joel's going to take his shirt off and outdo you, Travis.
Oh god. This is DVR'd, by the way.
Oh, whoa, that's rad. Is that the
That's
Hulk?
pretty sweet. I was going to ask what you were
Oh,
doing.
yeah.
with that.
Wow.
It kind of bled to the thing, but that's like you have to work on the contrast because if it's too high or low a contrast, it won't work. So
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if you didn't tell me that bled, I would say that looks freaking total. Even with it knowing it bled, that looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
I agree. That does look awesome.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a little machine hanging off of strings on his wall drew that, actually.
Wait,
right there
what? Mitch?
behind
Okay, Mitch, show it to me.
well, there's my portrait that it did earlier today, or one of them.
I like the Hulk better.
There you go, Joel.
The TARDIS.
It is? That's cool.
Yeah.
It's the thing right behind him there on the
My
whiteboard.
picture that it
That
did.
little thing on
Okay,
string.
that's better. That's
Oh,
better.
Yeah. That's all like a Raspberry Pi plotter. It's a V plotter. It's kind of like there's a couple other art bots on Thingiverse that are pretty much the same thing.
Oh, this is where it's hanging from two strings, and it can kind of address itself, right?
Yeah. It's a really dumbed down Delta printer.
Yes.
With a gravity access.
What's next on the queue?
Well, Joel, not that we probably need you to, but why don't you tell everybody where they can find you?
If you go to YouTube and you look up 3D printing, you'll find me. I'm the first hit.
Not for long, man.
Yeah, Travis is on his way up. I think he's
Take me
giving you a
down,
run for
man.
his money.
Take me down. I'm trying to think if there's something cool I could show you guys that I haven't shown other people
Yet.
Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Let me see what I got in my footage. Let's see. I've got what do I have? I am working on a slow motion mac and cheese video.
Oh yeah.
And I'm working on
Sorry. I was just showing the screen, and it's all shaky. So I need to learn not to do that.
I'm dizzy now.
I am too.
Everybody's gonna have Vive headsets on and get total motion sickness.
Oh man. Rip headphone users and rip everything else.
So you went with slow motion mac and cheese.
I was going to say we were talking mac and cheese here.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes. I'm sorry. Slow motion mac and cheese. Yeah, I filmed making mac and cheese with my iPhone at 240 frames per second, and I'm going to slow it down with a really sweet music bed.
Is the channel taking a new direction here?
This is what you do. And
I was gonna
90,000 subs.
The first comment on this video is going to be unsubscribe.
Unsubscribe. I can tie it into 3D printing somehow.
Cheese here.
I still have this.
There you go. That's cool.
Meryl,
That's
it's
like-
Mara.
Actually, funny you brought up your Mario Cube. We're actually working on something for you. We're going to send to you for your Mario Cube.
Yep.
We're going to get some sound effects so that when you actually hit the bottom of the cube, it makes the sound.
Oh.
Thank you, Red.
Yes.
Bye.
I'm programming it. He just has to put it together.
I have to build it. I have to do
What's it
the
going to be
hard
made of?
part.
How you going to do it?
Huh? Oh, Raspberry Pi probably. Little small circuit. Little impact, like either a tilt or an impact circuit. And
Okay.
Because
a speaker.
you've got the live streams that you're doing now for the Fan Mail Friday.
Right.
And you keep telling everybody to make the sound themselves. Well,
That's right.
why don't you have a button that you can hit underneath of it to actually make the sound?
I should have that. I am. Well, this is the small one, right? This is the small one. I've got one that's this much bigger. So
maybe we can do it with like a tilt sensor instead, or like a why can't I think of the word right now?
well, what if, because the bottom plug looks like this, what if you mounted some sort of accelerometer on this, and if it took an
That's the
upward
word I was
motion
trying to think of.
real quick, then it could make the sound fire.
Yeah, and then you can take it off the small one and put it on the big one when you start using the big one too.
Yeah. We'd have. Oh, we can make that out of a trinket, probably.
Probably.
Do it.
We're gonna
Do it.
we're gonna make it. We're gonna send it to you.
Do it.
Ada Fruit makes a really, really tiny.
And then make a video about it.
Oh yes.
Make a video. I see. That's
Absolutely.
another problem I have.
Fine, we'll make a video
get-
about it.
I get stuff together. I start doing these ridiculous, retarded things where I make machines that'll throw a ball for a dog or something, and I don't record any of it because I start getting so engrossed in my work that I forget.
That's what live streams are for. I have a 15-hour stream of the Mark II build, and it's really boring. But I mean, it's 15 hours of building producing a Mark
We
II.
have 5 hours of building a 3D printer while drinking rum.
It's always
I get
entertaining.
probably more interested.
Yeah, actually, after Joel posted up that he had one video with a comment, we commented, and he went and posted on that video. He commented on that video for us.
Oh,
That's right. Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah, and then you commented on the angry comment we got.
Yeah, you.
Yes, I did. That's right.
Yeah, you commented on our troll.
Dude, that guy is our most faithful troll. I love that guy.
He was the first person to subscribe to our channel, and he's given us a hard time on every video. So we've tried to send him T-shirts and stickers.
Yeah, we keep telling him. We're like, he's the biggest dick to us, and we're like, dude, we love you.
Even bad attention's attention.
All PR is, or there's no such thing as bad PR.
Right, exactly. And we're like, dude, we love you. Give us your address. We'll give you some stuff. Give us a PO box that's not actually attached to where you live.
I was going to say trolls don't tend to give out their home address. I think that's one of that's like rule 1 of trolling.
Yeah.
Don't give out your home address.
Oh, I'm just saying, we would send him T-shirts and stickers and stuff.
That's
We're not
so
giving
fantastic.
him anything that from us, just some stuff. Because I legitimately love that guy. He calls me the fat lumberjack, and I love it. I love it. I'm like,
that's perfect.
I know.
That's so perfect.
Another guy called me Ginger Santa Claus. I was like, you're so sweet.
Oh man, you have good trolls.
I do have good
trolls.
We only have the 2 trolls right now.
Yeah, we only have 2. Everybody
There we go.
kind of petered out. Makes me sad. They're not trying to tell me to kill myself anymore.
That's good.
So what have you been up to tonight, Joe?
It's my daughter's birthday, so we went to a Seattle Mariners game.
Cool.
Oh, I did see. Yeah, I saw the pictures you put on Twitter.
Yeah, and then we just got home. It's kind of chilly outside with the wind, so we're just kind of warming up. I have. I need to film more of the construction I'm doing on the bigger box. I actually bondoed it earlier, and so I need to sand it down, add another layer of bondo, and then tomorrow I'm going to get some high fill primer to prime it, and then hopefully paint it soon. I may need to try and film 2 videos tonight. I have my
You're a maniac.
I know. I have my Nintendo Switch giveaway that I'm going to be filming.
Oh man!
And I just got in the new 3D CMO, the V2 of that pen system, and I was going to try to get like a last-minute Easter decoration video going, where I'm like, you could just 3D print on an egg, and that's how you can color your eggs. But I was wondering,
Max Easter egg you did.
oh, the big one, right? The
Yeah.
big one, yeah, that held 10 pounds of candy. I have that at work. It's a great place for it. And then I'm thinking the construction I do for the bigger Mario block, that's going to be, I have another sponsored video that comes out on Friday, and I need to prep that before my wife and I were flying down to LA for the Scum and Villainy Star Wars Cantina pop-up bar.
Awesome.
And then
Wait, it's Captain Balls.
What's up,
Where?
Dustin?
Where? There he is.
Yeah, he's got a green screen
He's
behind
got a
him.
green screen.
Yeah,
Dustin, you know better than that.
No, I was getting ready to do a gaming
Brought the
stream.
rock for your drink.
Oh, gaming. Okay. Okay.
Did you just make Joel sad? That's not 3D printing at all.
I thought about doing a game streaming Super Meat Boy. Just nothing but Super Meat Boy.
Oh, it's such a fun game.
I would get down on that with you.
That is so fun. Doodaloo.
That's the most frustrating game on earth besides Golf with Friends.
Golf with Friends. We should play that.
I keep saying that. I told that to Travis. All of us should play that so none of us want to talk to each other again.
What game? What?
Golf
Yeah,
with
you
your
guys are.
friends.
It's a putt-putt game of golf that's on Steam, and it will make you very angry.
But it's golf. It shouldn't make me very angry, right?
It will.
It shouldn't, but it does.
Okay.
Like speedrunners.
Oh.
Speedrunners.
Okay.
Speedrunners speedrunners will definitely make you angry.
And Rocket League will do that too.
Rocket League. Yeah.
How can you be mad at Rocket League though?
Well, it depends on who you're playing against.
Everything you wanted from your childhood.
Yeah.
Play soccer with remote control cars.
Playing soccer and not being athletic. That's what I wanted to do.
It would be fun to do one of these streams where we're all like playing a game together of some sort. That would be
awesome.
You don't want to see me play a game.
The worse you are, the more entertaining it'll be. That's how that works.
Call it the 3D printing.
That's how you get views with playing video games.
Yep.
Be bad at it.
Really bad.
Okay.
All of us should get
That's
together.
kind of true. That's kind
All
of
of us
really
should
true.
get together when we're free, and we should all play a game together at the same time. That'd be fun.
I would do that, and I would suck so hard.
Promise? Because that equals YouTube views.
I'm so bad, you guys. I can't. I tried playing games at one point. I could play Super Meat Boy, and that's about it.
All right, if you're good at Super Meat Boy, I can teach you to be good at any game ever.
Really?
Yeah, that game's kind of hard.
Actually,
It's not hard at all.
Joel,
Or
if you're-
unforgiving. Maybe that's a better word.
There we
to the
go.
East Coast,
The game's unforgiving.
I've got to take you to.
Wait, we're going to the East Coast, and we're going to go to a bar?
Yes, if you come to the East Coast, we're going to take you to a bar. It's a Mario-themed bar in DC.
Oh,
Really?
Oh, I need to be-
I drove
yes.
by on my way home from work today, and I was like, I got to stop.
That's it. We're gonna have a meetup, West Coast meetup or East Coast meetup.
Yep.
Earth, right? That's when we're going to have.
That's what I
we
keep
And then
trying.
we can all go to Dave and Buster's and get drunk and play at like skee ball.
sign me up.
My dad owns a go-kart track. We could just hang out there for a bit. We have to BYOB though.
Joel,
Where are
are
you?
you?
That's fine, but where?
Are you
Wait,
up for a multi-state meetup? We're gonna start
Yes,
with Virginia, then go to
absolutely.
Delaware, and then DC.
just doing a whole East Coast trip.
There you go.
Well, I'll be down at I'll be at New York Maker Fair. So maybe around that time.
Maybe.
We might be able to make something work.
Yeah,
Or-
we're planning on going up to New York Maker Fair.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
only about 6 hours away from where we live.
That's not too bad.
Have you heard any more? Have you heard any more from Matt about his little meetup that he was going to have in May?
No, I
That-
haven't. I
We're
know he
looking up
wanted
at
it, but it was the
stream.
same. It was the same weekend as Bay Area, and so he was going to try and change it, and then I haven't heard since.
Yeah, I haven't heard any more updates from him. Him and I are in some talks. There may be coming Earth.
I hope so. He really
I know.
wants it to happen.
What?
Earth.
HP Elite Book is going to commit seppuku streaming.
Yeah.
That's what you get for getting an HP.
Exactly.
It's a free laptop that I
You
got.
make good printers. Why would you buy a computer?
I should have brought my desktop, that Nuka-Cola machine, to stream here, but I didn't want to carry it to the makerspace. So
Put a handle on it. You got to stream with that thing, man.
yeah. I'll do
Wait,
that.
practical printing.
We have 3D printers. You could print a handle for it.
It's true.
I just go to Home Depot and buy one. It's cheaper.
What fun is that?
If you don't
Bad
spend,
maker.
if
Bad
you don't
maker.
spend 10 hours and $30 making the 50-cent part, you are not a maker.
Yeah, I'll spend 5 hours in Fusion messing
With
it
the
up.
$2,500 printer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch, you must meet the criteria. We've set the bar up here, like right at the top, right here.
The only thing you shouldn't buy are the screws.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing you shouldn't make are the screws, unless you have a tapping machine and a lathe.
Nope, I have a million M3 screws because I use those for everything. M3 all the way.
Wow, that's your screw of choice, huh?
M3. Because you can have threaded inserts, which is what I use to make the case. So M3 threaded inserts and M3 screws.
Okay, that makes sense.
They're not that
I gotta-
strong. If you put nuts in there, are good.
I gotta say I'm with Mitch on the M3s because the Ultimaker 2 that I built last year, all the screws on it were M3s. The person that designed it is M3, and pretty much every project that I've done personally 3D printed so far, I've used M3 because of it. I think.
And then Tony says Team
Oh.
Sentai.
Did we just set a standard in this hangout tonight? Did we just standardize M3?
You missed the first standard, which is
M3
apparently
is the
must be
standard.
bearded to be a 3D printer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is now a requirement.
Does a lazy beard count?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we agreed. Anything as long as it stubbles on up, you're good.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Oh, good.
So
That's
that
like,
means I just can't be on camera every other day.
This isn't actually
you
a beard. This is just my face. Yeah, I glue this on every morning.
It's mandatory for the channel. If he wants to be in videos, he has to have the beard on. Otherwise, he looks like a prepubescent little girl.
Guys, he's not even playing.
I'm not kidding.
He loses.
I turned from 28 to like 17 in like the stroke of a razor.
you need to somehow cut your beard off all at once and somehow attach it to a substrate so that you could just attach it to your face and then just take it off when you want to do something else.
3D printed beard adapter.
I'm done for today.
Hairy lion.
I'm done for today. All right, hey honey, what's wrong with your face? I took
Okay,
my beard off.
3D scan your face and then make the hairy lion effect and then comb it so it's like a mask that you wear.
Absolutely. You guys are in what, Virginia, right?
Yeah, we live in Virginia.
Okay, I'm up in Pennsylvania. I'll do the 3D scan of your face for you.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Mitch actually brings up a really interesting point because the Discovery Channel, when they interviewed me, they were interested in 3D printed hair. And they were like, is that possible? I'm like, no, not with, you're not going to get anything that even resembles a human toupee yet, right? You're going to get cartoon hair. You're going to get anime hair. You're going to get, it's going to look like just plastic noodles, essentially.
Yeah.
But if you do that with the hairy lion sort of effect, what if you 3D printed some sort of beard that you then kind of blew dry and then styled it yourself?
That would be cool, like out of that fuzzy, the fuzzy printing shenanigans.
Yeah. Yeah. What if?
What if you did it with something like, if you did it with like a 0.25 nozzle and did it with like nylon or something, so it wasn't really stiff or anything.
What about like TPU or something? TPU or Ninja Flex?
Yeah.
Oh.
You do that a Ninja Flex?
Oh.
Real fine Ninja Flex?
After
And
that,
then,
Joel.
and then I want you to do like a slow motion turning of your head, like go like this, and you have it go. Ooh,
Your beard goes.
ooh.
there was
Put like a small fan in front of you, like with your beard just blowing away.
There was a research paper I remembered seeing where a team did 3D print like some microfiber hair kind of things for some kind of technology. It's called like Cilia or something.
Is that where they were doing like the wisps of plastic? Where it was?
Yeah, they
it was,
were really probably not human hair size, but they were pretty damn close.
Yeah, if you imagine bridging, but using that action to more stretch the plastic thinner while extruding much less as you're bridging, then you're going to get that
fine wispy
wispiness.
point.
Yeah, and I that's the only way I could think of doing it with an FDM printer, because
We need to take the lion to the next level.
next level lion.
So you would do
Somebody does need to print like a little beard insert with that same lion technology though. That would be so
I've
creepy
got
and
it.
hilarious.
It's written down on my Fusion
I want
360.
someone to print me like a Fight the Power comb for my beard. I need to make that. I need to make
a beard comb in the shape of a beard.
Beard comb, like
I saw that look on your face. A beard comb that's the shape of like a mustache and a beard. It's just the beard has the comb parts in it. So you grab your beard comb and you comb your beard with a beard comb.
Yeah.
Hey, my beard comb I did 3D print.
But is it a beard?
Covers my entire neck.
It is not a beard, but it wouldn't take much to change it. So I'm already envisioning that by the end of this weekend, there will be a 3D printed hairy beard attachment.
Yeah.
I can tell you it's on my list of things to do. And Joel, I do it. Joel, I do have your phone booth too. I need to send that to you.
Oh, yes,
it's
you
full
do.
Scale too.
like mount
scale.
on my wall full scale.
Like if you print it at 100% scale, it will be full scale. And it even has a phone dock in it for your phone charger to go in so you can dock your phone in it.
Talk about the most epically large, useless thing to print. That is fantastic.
I'll get it over to you. You got a printer big enough to print it.
Well, slice it up, or I can slice it up, and then I'll just because full size. I know full size is still too big for the G-Max, right?
Yeah, you could probably do it in maybe 2 parts, possibly.
Okay.
Maybe 3. I'll send you the model. You can slice it up, whatever works for you then.
Or use a CR10 or CR20, whatever it's called.
Joel's got the G-Max.
I've got the Raise N2 Plus. I've got a Type A machines. Once I replace the drivers on it, it should be working. I have another G-Max. I've got the CR10. I've got the Taz 6. So I have plenty of large format machines. I should do this.
You should.
How many printers are you up to now?
25.
Seriously?
Wow. Where do you
Wait a minute. That's not enough because he was able to say that off the top of his head.
No, that just means he gets asked that question a lot.
I do.
No,
It's actually. Well, let's go through it. Let's find out. Okay, so let's see. I've got. Okay, someone keep track of the numbers. I'm going to list it off. I've got the G-Max 1.5 XT Plus. I've got the Ultimaker 2 Plus. I've got the Ultimaker 3. I've got the BCN Sigma R17. I've got the Raise 3D N2 Plus. I've got the Prusa i3 Mark II. I've got the Lulzbot Taz 6. I've got the Zortrax M200. I've got the Form 2. I've got the New Matter Mod T. I'm going through my different rooms here. Okay, and let's see. And I have the CME CNC Rostock Max V3. I've got the Zix printer, ZYYX. I've got the Kodama Trinus. And I've got the Block Zero. And I've got the Lulzbot Mini. I've got the Dremel 3D Idea Builder. I've got the okay, now we're in the garage. So I've got the Wombat XL. I've got the FlashForge Finder. I've got the Cubicon Style. I've got the Upbox Plus. I've got the Fabricator Mini 1.5. I've got the One How D6, I think it is.
Yeah, the one that's Ultimaker clone.
Yes, that one. Am I missing some?
So what you're
that
saying
was
is you and the
22.
family sleep in a tent in the yard?
Yeah. What is that up to?
22.
Okay, 22. Maybe it's only 22.
Well, you've also got the other Prusa i3 Mark II still in the kit you haven't put together.
No, I've put together both. I loaned one of my Prusas to a friend. Oh, okay, so I have 2 Prusas, so that's
23.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
What about the printers that don't work?
Did you put the CME
Oh, and the
CNC
Type A machine, pros, whatever it is. So that's 24.
24. Did you put the H3 together?
The H3? Which one's that?
Rostock, or V3. Rostock
Oh, the V3.
Max
No, I still haven't got a chance to put that together.
25.
Yeah, so that's 25.
Oh,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
Tico. I got the Tico.
26.
26.
Tico only
25.
has half a printer.
You took
Really?
it on too?
Oh, and the G-Max, the big G-Max. And the
How did we forget that?
and the Delta Printer Go.
There it is.
So you're up to 27.
Okay.
No, that's 26.
You said the G-Max twice.
No, I have
He
2
said-
G-Max printers.
27.
Okay.
But he said the Rostock twice.
No, I've only said the Rostock once. Someone else said Rostock, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we are back to 26.
Don't make me
then.
go through this list again. So
Literally, you missed one.
the original G-Max has a problem in the cable. It got crimped somehow, and so I have a replacement. I just need to fix that. The Delta Printer Go has a new hot end coming. The Type A machines has some layer shifting issues. I don't think the drivers are good on it, so they sent new drivers. I got to get that configured. The FlashForge Finder, when it auto levels itself, it just heats up the nozzle and then doesn't do anything. And then if you power cycle it and go to print, it just drives the hot nozzle into the bed and just moves the bed around.
Neat.
The Wombat XL, it came with injection molded parts, but there's already cracks in the injection molded parts, so I'm kind of scared to use it. The Cubicon Style, it it had an issue with the build plate, but I freed it, and now stuff doesn't stick to the Garolite that's on it. Is that it? Okay, that's all I got. I think that's all the printers that have problems.
So how many rooms in your house don't have a printer in them?
Oh, many, because like my office has 4, the laundry room has a couple, the big room has a bunch, the downstairs extra room has 6 or 7, and the garage, it has 6 or 7.
So the garage is just not even for cars; it's for 3D printers.
See, no. It's not for cars because it's full of crap.
Now, do you have all these set up like so they're functional basically, or do you just have them?
No.
That's I was
broken.
if that's the case, that's amazing.
The Fabricator Mini 1.5, the One-How D6, the CME CNC Rostock Max V3, the Block Zero, and the Trinus printer and the Zix are all still in the box.
And the broken G-Max.
But it's not in the box. It's out. It's on the air hockey table.
So what's your good printer? Like if you had a pretty average size print that you're just like, I got to print this right now, in like PLA or something. What's your like printer?
Right now it's going to be the either any of the Ultimakers, the Sigma, or the Prusa. Those are like my go-to machines, just because I already have all sorts of slicing profiles set up in Simplify 3D, and so if I know what I want to print, they're always preloaded with something, and I'll just throw it in there. I
would assume you have a lot of confidence in that list of machines you just gave too, right?
Oh yeah.
You just throw a print on it, leave it, and expect good results when you come back.
The Ultimakers, the Sigma, the Prusa, and the Form, I can just hit print and like leave the state and be confident that they'll print just fine.
I left the state and did that too. That worked great on them Mark II.
Marilyn Monroe in the background, boys.
What?
Marilyn Monroe being drawn in the background.
Where?
Hey,
yeah, I saw that.
Start talking.
Yeah, it's can you see me?
Oh,
That's impressive.
Okay, yeah, it's that's one of the preloaded ones that they already sliced, but
He has one of those faces you just know.
yeah. They did
Kind of like yours.
ones with contrast.
Thanks, man.
It's a pain in the butt though, because you have to use GIMP and Inkscape and a custom Python script to get the images. So I just don't go through the process. But
free.
Yeah, they're all open source things.
Sure.
Once I learn Python more, I'll make my own scripts. But
Python's cool, man.
It is
fun.
I'm making a RFID cabinet lock for our resin and our NinjaFlex, the expensive stuff. So I'm kind of working on that. So I have a Raspberry Pi that has some automotive locks that will unlock a cabinet, so we can lock it up based off of Active Directory logins. So.
Oh wow, Active Directory, that's Windows stuff. I thought.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Okay.
It's LDAP or whatever, but the API has made it so that if you scan your RFID, it'll look it up in our database and find if you've been trained on. Yeah.
This is so you can like just tap your card and access things, right?
Or my hand. I got an RFID chip too. So.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Nerd.
You can't really see it, but it's somewhere in my hand. There's a little scar, but I got it implanted, and it's great because I can log into my computer. I can access the doors of the makerspace. I want to get an NFC chip too. That's my next one.
But don't NFC chips need power?
Embedded in your hand?
No, it's
not making robots earlier. Do you work for Skynet?
I'm not the mark of the beast. Yeah, I don't have the mark of beast. Government's not going to track me. I've heard it all.
How do you get through airport security, man?
It doesn't go off. It's like the chip is like that big. It's like
you need, in order for airport security to pick you up, you need like a 1 inch by 1 inch cube.
And it's all passive. So the actual readers pulse or wirelessly charge the chip.
Right. I didn't know NFC was passive though.
Yeah.
The NFC tags are. The NFC, like in your phone, is what powers the NFC tag.
Yeah. And that's why it's like the read range is like that small. So
Yeah.
How inert are the materials that are underneath your skin? Are they going to need to be replaced? Are they going to rust?
no, it's a glass file. So
Oh, okay, never mind.
yeah,
Then.
as long as I don't like hit my hand with a hammer, it won't shatter or anything. So it's in the fatty part of my hand. So if it gets squished, it doesn't like go anywhere. But you can. I don't know if I can get it to look like you can't really see it.
So is there
You
also
have a nice hand, sir.
Lovely hand.
It's a great hand.
The hand I can't really get it.
Hit hard enough to smash that thing. It's probably the least of your worries is your RFID chip.
I think the first of your worries. Oh, what happened there?
Malfunction.
It just took a skydive, man.
Yeah, it did.
My battery charger just fell off. I had it taped on. And
This may be totally inappropriate for the stream, but it just went down on Marilyn Monroe.
Actually, considering our stream, that kind of fits right in there. Actually, I made the comment earlier that he was talking about adding nuts into his spinner. I was like, well, that's the first time that's actually been used in proper context. on our channel.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well. Other than, I have.
Looks great.
Masking tape. We were talking about our fasteners of choice. This is my fastener of choice.
Blue tape.
Maybe you should print something better. Just a thought.
I could print something, but actually, if you notice, our whiteboard and holders are 3D printed up here, and then our eraser holder is actually printed as well. So, like, we print everything here.
You could probably do the Ninja Flex Lego stuff to stick to the dry erase board. Did you see that? The Adafruit did the Lego tape.
Oh, and Ninja Flex, yeah. That's a good idea.
Adafruit, man. That woman is brilliant.
Yeah, and she's got a good crew behind her too.
And the brothers, Noah and what's the other guy's name? The Ruiz.
Pedro.
My professor in college was like, if I was 30 years younger and she was available, I'd be going after her. I was like, wow. You're a brilliant man, sir, but haven't you been married a couple times? He goes, that's why I've been married a couple times.
Time is I got to get to recording, you guys. It's I have at least one video I should probably do tonight, maybe two.
Yeah, I like your Spider-Man, by the way, Joel.
Thanks. That was done by some dude in Vegas on the street.
Nice.
What?
Yeah.
That's
yeah, it's just like a street artist. That was, you know, those guys that do the spray paint street art? Yeah, it's a spray paint street art.
That's rad.
It is rad. Here, I'm going to see if I can stay on target. This is hey, I'm not bitching you.
Do this before the alcohol is involved.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of cool, right?
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. That's just spray paint. Wish I was that talented.
Me too. Probably took him like 30 seconds to do.
Oh, and the candy printer. I forgot about the candy printer.
You still have that?
You still have that?
Yeah, of course I still have that. It has issues. The candy doesn't seem to heat up enough to the point of it extruding easy, and so it fails a lot.
Bot?
What's that?
You still have the pancake bot?
Oh yeah, I've got the pancake bot too. That's right.
All right.
Another
I
one.
think you're pushing 30.
So I've never had an opportunity to show this to anybody before, and this seems like the time we were talking about spray paint art. So my friend started doing, like, he picked it up as a hobby doing like that spray paint art, right? And I was just messing with him one day, and I was like, yeah, I want a space scene. He was doing space stuff. I was like, I want a space scene with like 2 big planets, and then, you know, like it was a penis joke, right? And I was like, we could have like well, like 3 days later, he shows up at my house with this, right? Like the sun shooting out the top or whatever.
The sun, yeah.
Yeah, or some space energy of some sort.
It's some sort of ejection.
Down there at the bottom.
I've never gotten to show that to anybody before.
Wait. Down there at the bottom. Down there at the bottom, is that Captain Blue Balls?
Probably. Yeah. When dirty jokes, it's kind of like a Travis sort of thing. He took a dirty joke and made it real life.
And with that, I'm gonna say good night good night to you guys. I'm gonna start getting to work.
It was a pleasure.
This was fun. Hey, you know what? Anytime I'm available, I'll try to jump in and do this because this is a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's cool getting to chat with you, man.
And then I'll try to host it on my channel sometime.
Cool.
Please.
I think that'd be fun.
Definitely.
Hey, Joel, are you? God, I can't talk. I'll DM you I'll DM you the Google group link so you can get in there. That way we can get you on for a host.
Ah, cool. That'd be perfect. Yeah,
All right.
we'll figure out a time where I'm actually available at the right time to do it, and then we'll just make it work.
Cool.
Host gets to pick the topic as well.
Yep.
So it'd be all you.
It'll be nothing but dick jokes.
Yay!
That's perfect.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Yep. See you, Joel. Thanks.
Oh damn! This devolved quickly. We were all smart in the beginning, and now it's just dick jokes. And
That's usually what happens at
You know
the
what?
3-hour mark.
throw up the Travis GIF. Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
After
throw up
the
the one
3-hour
with
mark, there are no rules.
throw up the one with music.
Yeah, we've already had a Planet Balls. Rules are done now.
Travis, that is the best thing ever, man.
it is. Everybody should in the next week, any videos you release, feature Travis's GIF.
We need a shirtless 3D printing YouTuber compilation.
Oh no, please not.
Hey, I'm down.
Community project.
That'll be the official dance of 3D printing.
And then we call it the dance of our people.
He's freaking dying. He's like, oh god, how did I know they'd make me regret this?
He's just quiet over there in his corner. You know, Travis, soon you're going to have to do picture-in-picture, right? As that wall gets bigger, you're getting smaller.
Barnacle
I thought
tweeted
about
a
just
picture.
keep moving the camera back as it gets, and I'm just like not here anymore.
Barnacle tweeted a picture the other day of him pinning his his little lavalier on. He said he felt dirty. He was like in the CIA.
Oh god, dude! I saw your picture, dude. That was making me buzz.
So I tweeted this picture. It was like the same pose, like the same one he did. I don't have a lavalier.
Did that hurt coming off?
Yes, it took quite a bit of hair off my chest.
See, you should have live streamed that part.
That would have been a hell of a stream.
Yeah.
Look, guys.
There goes the family-friendly rating.
We were talking about getting comfortable with the camera before. You have to be completely fearless when it comes to like making yourself look like an idiot if you're going to be on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Hey, being an idiot sells.
Look at me.
Let's face it, with the amount of videos on YouTube, you have 7 seconds. And there's really only 3 things that sell in 7 seconds. Humor, sex, and, well, death. Pick one. One of them really is only safe for YouTube.
And dead cats.
Oh, and cats.
And cats.
Dead cats.
That kind of falls under death, though.
Yeah, Dustin, I'm looking at you.
Dude, what?
How the hell did they ever get named that, honestly?
That's what it looks like. Petting my cat.
His mic. The dead cat mic.
Wait, did you get googly eyes for that?
Oh crap! No, I didn't. I'm gonna do that right now. I seriously have an order waiting in my Amazon cart to see what I need to add to it, and that's what I need to add.
I think it's funny. He comes in here now. I like promoted his video earlier, and he wasn't even here.
I know, right?
Jeez.
What?
Just stick a See Me CNC sticker on it.
I have one of those. Just a second.
have Eris, and it makes the Eris look actually pretty cool. So, and kids are really interested when the printers have googly eyes. So, put googly eyes on your printers. Like,
you should throw some googly eyes on your little drawing machine.
I actually have. When it used to be on suction cups, and the Nemo 17 motors were actually facing forward, I had the giant googly eyes on the motor. So, but you got to put it on something that moves. So I'd probably put it on the actual gantry part.
All right, well, we can get in the group and work on it. We can start working on it some more.
What do you have in that as far as
Fix
cost?
this fucking monstrosity of a printer. Excuse my language. I didn't even mean to swear that harsh.
There we go.
Pass the 3 hour mode, no rules, man.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, that should always be like that, Dustin.
I'll leave it on until it falls off, okay?
That's the best.
I'm pretty sure
facing
John
the
would
wrong
love
way.
me for that.
Actually, you should make that your weight screen before you start streaming.
It's just your mic.
Your mic with the eyeballs on it. It's watching you.
It's gonna become
Okay, everybody. Coming soon. This video is starting soon.
Yeah, it's gonna become a character on your stream.
Hey, you were saying you didn't have a co-host. There you go.
What do you
And do
think?
like some really bad lip syncing.
Fluffy.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, they said in the chat that it looks like a tribble.
Tribble.
That's one of those scrolls. Do the troll hair with it.
Yeah.
No, not the Joel hair, the troll hair.
Not the Joel hair.
The Joel hair is the troll hair.
When Joel was on, somebody said about.
We need to print a Joel troll.
There you go. We'll
A
do the
Joel
beard.
troll?
We'll do the beard this weekend, but do a Joel troll too.
Yeah,
Oh,
we've been
the
talking
beard,
about
man. I'm
doing
so
the
excited to see that.
Yeah, we've been talking about doing the furry lion treatment on Joel's like bust for a while. His like 3D printing nerd little print that he has of himself, just like putting the furry lion hair on it.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh man.
See
after
how long that sticker stays there.
If all else fails, you can just tape it to tape the hair to the back of the sticker.
Well, the
How
sad
hard
part
that
is
line
I have
to integrate into a print.
Hmm?
I've never actually seen how that's done. Like I get how it's done. Like as far as like in the STL, how you do the lion hair. I don't know how hard that is. Because it'd be cool to have like little prints, like stupid kids' toys, like the little glasses with the fake mustache or something with like the lion hair, and you could kind of like.
we'd have hairy
It'd be
fidget.
cool to see more prints with that.
Yeah. What was it? Jay will print that thing. He did a Albert Einstein one with the mustache.
Is that who did the Albert Einstein? I didn't know he was the one who did it.
I'm pretty sure he's the one who did it.
it
I wonder
was
if they had to trim it up when it was all done to make it look like neat. Like have to go almost barber to it, like
Yeah.
man, that is wigging out your background. Every time you do that, your green screen was like, oh god, oh god.
I was turning the green screen on and off because this fidget
Oh.
spinner is actually green, so it's black.
Oh, it's
right
actually
now.
black on the
Oh,
screen.
it's actually
Yeah.
green. Wow.
See?
Oh, that's the one you were playing with the other night during your stream.
No, this is a different one.
Oh,
I need to get one of those spinners. I need to make one.
It's a little bit smaller.
I gotcha.
I really need to make one of those spinners because I have the worst fidgeting problem.
Get
I've been
ceramic.
sitting here fidgeting with this for the last hour and a half. You guys can't see it.
It's not like I'm a Doctor Who fan or anything.
No, not really.
It's not obvious. Mustache.
So you can, you can see the lines that it makes.
Whoa.
So yeah, it's one continuous line drawing.
You're a robot again, man.
Get Get this damn thing out of my hands. Oh, I love the pink. I like the firefighter thing, man.
It's actually not
That's cool.
pink. It is actually it's Protoplasta's matte fiber red peel on it. But
That's
the
cool.
camera makes it
that
pink.
feels sweet in the hand.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's all it's got is if I could put a light behind this thing, all it has is quarter 20 nuts. There's one here, one here, one here.
You can
and one
kind of
here.
see them.
Yeah, you can kind of see the imprint from where it printed over top of the hole.
Yeah.
Matt, are you going to do the one that we talked about?
Which one? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna do that one, Chris.
We don't have fidget
That's
spinners.
going to be sweet. Might be dangerous, but it's going to be sweet.
Yeah, I think that'll be neat. And I got the pellet or the lead, not the lead shot, but the buckshot to put in it.
Awesome.
So would Ninja Flex be a good thing to print a fidget spinner on? I mean, like, would it just basically wobble?
No, it would work with how
It
thick
would work.
with the thickness and the perimeters that you have to do on this. It would work pretty well. You just end up with a nice rubber fidget spinner.
Yeah.
I'll probably do one next because I'm trying to think of different materials that. I mean, nylon would actually be pretty good too.
You would want to undersize the holes for the bearings and everything because I would see it stretching from the G-force.
Yeah.
So you might lose your bearings if it's not undersized to hold them in nice and tight.
The Ninja Flex might actually be good for the steel balls too, because you could actually undersize them. And the problem with like PLA and stuff with the balls is you want to like have a concave surface on the inside, and it won't really like give it all to pop the balls in. So it's kind of tough to get the hole size right. But Ninja Flex would actually be pretty good for that.
Yeah,
getting
because you
the,
could stretch it on around.
Yeah, that would work out really well.
I'll work on that because the only thing the Prusa I think is the only thing I can print Ninja Flex on probably reliably. I'm not sure.
The Prusa does pretty good with Ninja Flex, I've heard.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't know yet because yours isn't there yet.
No, but my friend's got 2 of them, and he's been printing on Ninja Flex with it. He's been teasing me with it.
It does really well with pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm. I've got an FT5 coming the end of next week, apparently.
Ooh.
Was-
Oh, yeah, this is the Ninja Flex I got. This wallet's been about a year and a half old, and I'm able to like squish it.
Goodbye.
Have any of you guys printed with that super flexible filament that's coming out?
Oh, the X60?
Yeah, that stuff looks sweet.
That stuff is insane. You are not printing that with anything but an extruder that's made for flexibles. That stuff makes Ninja Flex look like PLA and feel like
it's
PLA.
ridiculous.
They did that just to sell their extruders.
So basically, I have to hand feed it.
Pretty much.
Because I
Definitely
saw a
need
guy.
There's
It's not subtle at all. I saw a guy in the 3D printing group asking if it came in flesh colored.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
No.
somebody is making a flesh collared flexible.
Yeah,
I just
but
saw it today
X-
on Twitter. It's not that. Yeah, it's not that. It's not. Super
Yeah, I think they have it.
Yeah, I think we broke Tony Ryan's brain in the chat.
Stretchy ninja balls. There was more to that. Stretchy ninja ball fidget spinners.
It definitely
They
did
did something.
escalate quickly.
Sure did, Heather.
I mean, I need to find a reliable source for like tungsten because I think tungsten would be a better like counterweight for a spinner.
Tungsten's expensive as heck. That's the reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these steel balls were like 40-some cents a piece. That's the appeal of them. They're cheaper than freaking bearings for the most part.
How much does it weigh total?
I don't know. It weighs, the balls weigh more than a bearing for sure.
In worst case, you can use them for pachinko.
They're probably like 5 gram balls.
Oh, that's cool. You can see the infill, but it's not.
I can tell you though, I have a scale right here.
You can see the nut right there too.
Oh, you embedded them. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the nuts are embedded. So is the bearing actually.
This weighs 106 grams.
Wow.
Good night.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sweet. It like spins forever. It's pretty crazy.
3 little balls weigh that much.
Yep, 3/4 inch steel, man. Yeah, 106 grams.
That's crazy.
Compared to like even the bronze fill one. The bronze fill one only weighs 100 or weighs 64. The one I did before, and this one feels great. This one's heavy compared to PLA.
You know, this fidget spinner thing's taken off.
It is.
Yeah,
There's
this
not-
is like the second thing to take off. Like, I mean, you had the maker coins, and everybody was making maker coins, but not everybody was really into the maker coins. And now you got the fidget spinner, and everybody's making the fidget spinner. Somebody
But the
should
fidget
combine the two.
Well, the fidget spinner is already going to be dead soon because China's already mass produced them in plastic and in metal. You can find them all over Amazon and all over Banggood and everything right now.
I'll tell you what, though. Hang on, let me screen share. I showed this at the beginning, Dustin. Here's my solution to the whole China overpopulating the fidget spinners.
Oh my God.
So, okay, that's embedded nuts so that you don't have the surface of it. So I'm putting, that's quarter 20 nuts in the corners of it. But then I'm doing, you saw the Maltese cross that I did for the fire department. I'm doing one for the police. And I'm going to make both of them available on Etsy that they can be customized. So like on the police one up here in the banner, I'll put the police department name or the officer's name or whatever. The fire department one actually had some requests to do fire departments logos. Each fire department has their own Maltese cross.
Wow.
So I'm going to do custom ones for everybody, which you're not getting that out of China. Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
How do you keep
It's easy to forget though. Like all the people that I've showed in person one of these has never seen one of them before. So even though like we're kind of sick of seeing them because everybody's doing them, there's still a lot of people that just aren't in our circles or any of the circles that we like, peruse.
Oh yeah, I took mine to work on Thursday, and because it's the green polyalchemy, it looks like an
Lies, it's
anodized.
black.
Yeah.
It looks like anodized green aluminum, and so I handed it to my boss, and he's like, "When did you machine? Wait, this isn't metal. Where the hell did this come from?"
You know what? The other night on your stream when I jumped on, I thought that was a metal one. I didn't realize that actually was 3D printed.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
one
it's
looks
the
amazing.
polyalchemy.
It almost looks like you sanded it and clear coated or something. It looks
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, here, let me kill this again.
Especially the face that I guess was on the heat bed because it's so smooth.
Yeah, so this face was on the heat bed, and so
Yeah.
it's got a nice
Oh,
glossy
wow.
finish.
That
But this-
looks amazing.
Wait, what
The
foam
thing
is
is-
that?
This
pretty
is the
sexy.
polyalchemy green elixir,
Oh wow.
and it's the whole thing. It's seriously like if you get it about 12 inches from your face, because I printed it at a 0.2 layer height, it seriously looks like just machined anodized green aluminum.
Yeah, that's awesome looking.
And even the top surface where it's still kind of rough, it still looks like that. It just looks like the tooling passed on the aluminum from when it was machined or something.
I'd love to see one be done on a dual extruder where every other layer was a different color.
I can do that.
I mean, when you spin it and you see all the different colors going like that, it would be.
You know, something else I've been
Ooh.
thinking about working on is ones, since I'm doing the embedded ones. So like, here's my starter one that I did. You can't see the nuts in it at all. The bearing's also embedded in this one too. This was my test before doing this. But I was thinking about this one. So you've got these nice big surfaces here that are wide open, no nuts, no nothing. I want to figure out how I can print letters on there that when you spin it, the word shows up. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever see like the LED, like the clocks that swing back and forth?
Oh, you want an illusion.
Yeah, but that when you spin it, the letters actually show up.
Programmable LEDs. You could probably embed a button cell battery and the RGB LEDs, and then a little microcontroller, like a small chip or something.
Yeah.
That was on Thingy or Kickstarter a little bit ago, but they wanted $75 a pop for them.
Well, what I'm looking at though is just something to print that the word's fixed. Like, you're not going to be able to change what it says unless you reprint it to a different model. But that in the print, you do a dual extrusion and the lettering shows up. Not anything programmable, nothing electronic. I have thought about embedding electronics and making a centrifugal switch using Noah being you'd like guess using the conductive filament inside of the print. Drop a ball bearing inside of it, so when you spin it, the ball bearing swings out and completes the circuit.
You'd essentially want to take the word and spread it from one side all the way around to the other in slices. Like you
Yeah,
do the
that's
bottom of the letter so far, and then the next part in another area. It's like
Yeah,
the little
so that when the
flippy
spinner
bird
hits-
cage thing.
Yeah, so when the spinner hits a certain RPM, it actually will show the word without any electronics involved.
No, you have to strobe the light though to get that to work. You'd have to strobe a light.
No, you don't need light.
No, because the spinner itself spinning acts as your strobe. So like this, there it looks solid. It looks like a circle, and then see how it's slowing down. You start to see it.
You're making a zoetrope, essentially. Yeah.
That's what it's called. I knew there was a name for it. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah.
But I want to research how to actually do that in a print though.
There's probably like a little utility you could use.
Probably.
Somebody, it never ceases to amaze me that when you like go looking for something, somebody's probably already done a little something to help you out on the internet somewhere.
Yeah.
There's
a lot
a
of
Reddit for it.
OpenSCAD has a lot of libraries available too.
Well, when I get my Mark II in eventually, it's game on because the palette's going on the Mark II, and that means I'll have 4-color extrusion.
Yeah, you need 4 palettes and the Mark II with the 4-color option. I'm pretty sure whatever slicer will crash on that one.
Yeah, CNC Padawan Paul Yanzik in the chat said that the official multicolor kit from Prusa is supposed to be shipping this month now. I'm not sure if this month means April or May, but
that was what's supposed to originally ship back in December, ain't? I think videos on it said that
earlier.
That it's the setup that he's using is pretty complicated when you consider how much is going into retraction and how much you have to compensate for different brands of materials and everything.
My Dell is doing it for dual collar, and it's 170 millimeter retraction. I'm doing the exact same thing. It turned out I developed mine on my Fulgertech console, and then turned around and I was like, I wonder if anybody else has done this. And I started looking, and sure enough, that's what Prusa was doing. But he's doing 4 in a block.
How does it handle the little plugs that end up being on the ends of the filament when they're pulled out? Because I know, like with a regular extruder setup, like you have to cut them off or they won't go back down in the hot end.
Slow retraction is your trick. If you retract fast, then it comes out, gets into the larger tube, the PTFE tube on the Bowden, and expands. If you retract slowly as it's coming up through the thermal break,
it draws it out.
It kind of draws it out and thins it out.
And then that's why you have a long purge at the beginning of the next one, is to flush out that stringing that it pulled up.
Yeah, essentially you have to print with a purge tower on it. Yeah. And purge towers are humongous wastes of filament, I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, let me show you one.
It's kind of like your organic model that you made when you purged your
that's a big old chunk of filament.
This is like 80% infill, this solid block.
Yep.
From changing colors for each layer. And the print itself was like a quarter of the size.
I don't have an issue with just like printing multiple things in multiple colors and then just gluing it together. Like, that's my solution to things. Like, the dissolvable support's really the only reason I have multiple extruders.
Yeah. I think stuff like this.
It's kind of, EVA looks like a big mess to me.
I think stuff like the Sigma is the R7 is the way to go for dual extrusion. I mean, I have the Fulgertech console that I did dual extrusion on using the same setup as what Bruce is doing. And then I have the Flash Forge with dual extrusion. They both have their advantages and disadvantages, but from everything I've seen with the R7 so far, that's the way to go.
Yeah, the dual heads from the Sigma R17 and the other one for the Ultimaker 3 is pretty close. But getting the head out of the way is definitely key. But having the independent heads is stellar because then you open up a whole nother window of opportunity.
Yeah, the problem with the ones like the Fulgertech, or not, I keep saying Fulgertech, the Flash Forge, where they're side-by-side dual extruders on the same print head, or even the Ultimaker, where even though it picks it up, you still end up with some chances of contamination there from over extrusion, unless you're doing some pretty decent retraction. That Sigma, the fact that one goes over here and gets completely out of the way, you're not dragging that all over your print.
Yeah, there's some filaments that just tend to ooze. I mean, and there's not really a lot you can do about it. Like you said, unless you just get like ridiculous amounts of retraction, but even then, some of them will still ooze unless you bring the temp down on the hot end, which I don't know if any of those do that.
I've had a lot of luck with when I did like my 3D printing nerd, the dual extrusion on there. I used the ooze shield and Simplify 3D. It works really, really well, actually.
Yeah, I've been
See,
playing.
there's
with
some
that
people
now that
like I
I've
think
got the
Travis
illustrations
is one of those guys that could really benefit from 4 colors.
Yeah.
Like I know some of us are kind of skeptical about how like useful that'll actually be to a lot of people, but like
Yeah.
a lot of those logos on the wall behind you, like that's their prime targets for multiple.
Yeah, I mean, I did a couple of
colors.
the Smash reviewers and the hashtag show. Those are dual extrusion. Phoenix Craft up there, that one's dual extrusion. The 3D printing nerd was. Yeah, I just used ooze shields on all those, and it keeps the ooze off of it. I mean, honestly, it works really well. I just use a straight up tower that does a ring right around the print.
Yeah.
And what were they printed on?
Flashforge Creator Pro.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Do you have any concern with like stuff like the boogie shield and stuff? I mean, you painted that whole thing, so really it doesn't matter what filament you use underneath
No.
for that.
Not at all.
You could use pink.
Yeah, I wonder where he could find a surplus of pink.
You could also use inland filament.
There was some pink pieces in there, and the supports got messed up on them to where I couldn't pull them off, and I had to not use them, and Heather was upset.
That's what I said when Travis's stream. We were talking about it, and I said Boogie's gonna like mess around and scratch that one of these days and find out that it's like a solid pink core inside.
Oh man, yeah, we definitely have enough pink to print many more shields around here.
There you go, Travis. There's something you got to do. Do a logo for the What's Inside channel.
Nice.
It's pink.
The pink belly channel. All right, gents, I've got to drop back out. I've got to be on the road tomorrow morning about 7 a.m. So
See you, Chris.
I wish you all a good evening.
I got to be at work at 7 a.m. It's 2:30 now.
Dude. Time to wrap up. I'll see y'all later.
Later.
Yep,
See
see
you.
you.
Yeah.
You cross that line sometimes where it's like the sleepiness leaves and you're just have that kind of wired feeling like you just drank a bunch of coffee or something, even though you're just sitting here.
Yeah.
I'm like at that point now. Sitting here like working on stuff. Or Monster.
Geek's trying to get the Monster sponsorship.
Don't make me grab it. Don't make me grab it.
Oh man.
And by the way, that'll be here Monday too.
Your Monster sponsorship?
No, his ball sponsorship.
Hey, my last name's Mon. I'm sitting here with my Monster.
Well, see, we've been tweeting out for a while because it's getting harder and harder to get the Monster imports, and it's the one we drink.
Yeah, love it.
So
Yeah, I used to drink the ones with the cool little top,
Yeah,
the
that's what
little
these are.
swivel spinny top. Yeah, they taste so much better than the regular ones.
yeah, you do. That's the thing. I
Yeah,
agree.
like quite a
It's
bit.
So good.
I can't.
I don't mind
drink
these because
original
they're like
Monster
30%
anymore.
juice or whatever, but
His wife tried to get me to drink one of those ones that were juice. I was like, this isn't a Monster.
I don't drink Monster because it's juice. I drink it because it's caffeine and sugar, and I want a heart attack in the next 2 years.
I want to feel my blood pumping in my neck when I lay down. I want to lay down and I want to be able to see my carotid arteries.
Yep. If
You
I
wanna
can't feel
be
my
out
heart
for like
beat,
24 hours.
I'm worried it's not working anymore.
I can't drink original Monster anymore. If I drink that, I can't taste anything for the rest of the day.
Really?
It's too sweet.
I used to pound down about 3 to 4 of the double XLs a day because I was working 23-hour shifts.
How are you alive?
I stopped drinking. No.
Dude, that's like diabetes and like hypertension and heart attack all at the same time.
Yeah, I did that for about 4 months, 20 to 23-hour days,
That's crazy.
nonstop. I worked 6 to 7 days a week.
That's insane.
Yeah, so I can drink Monster if it's the flavored ones, but if I drink a regular Monster, I might as well be just like sucking on a piece of cardboard or something because I can't taste nothing for the rest of the day.
What were you doing where you were working 23 hours a day, if you don't mind me asking?
I was the lead system, well, technically supposed to be lead, but somehow I ended up with a boss, systems admin for a ambulance dispatch company that had locations in 3 states, and I had to make sure the phone lines were up, the radios were up. We had 2-way radios that were voice over IP. We were dispatching everything from our office for other states, and one of our states that we covered, we also covered 911 services, and so.
Like I said, he was a prostitute.
But I was on call at all times. I even had a company vehicle at times that I'd just go home and I'd lay down to take a nap, and less than 10 minutes later, my 2-way, I had a Nextel. They'd be chirping me on my Nextel, "You need to be at work right now." I was like, I literally just got home.
I would literally throw that damn thing in a water bucket and sleep for a bit.
Yeah, I tried to not do that once, and I got in a lot of trouble.
Well, it was a Nokia. He could have pulled it back out of the water bucket after he took a nap, and it would still work.
The 3010.
It was kind of fun though, because I got to drive a supervisor truck for a while, which was like a brand new F-150 at the time with a red light bar, so it kind of looked like a police truck almost. And I showed up at a buddy's party that was at like 10 o'clock at night, and everybody thought the police were there. And then I had to leave early because I got called.
Oh man.
I just got dumplings. That's how I stay awake.
Oh, how dare you!
Yeah. We have the best like Asian food in this area. It's great.
Nutty bars.
They're open super duper late.
No,
Dude,
this is like a couple hours old.
Oh.
So I'm gonna be like getting really sick.
Delivery? How does this happen?
See, I didn't even get to eat dinner before the stream. I was too busy putting a door
Me
together.
and him grabbed a quick burger at like 6 o'clock. Just a burger and some fries real quick, just so we could eat real quick before you got in here.
I had ramen even before this, so like good ramen. Not
See,
just out of the package.
This right here is exactly how Flaming Bacon started. So
Flaming bacon, dude. We actually had bacon on Flaming Bacon.
yeah, I don't even have any bacon. I'm streaming without bacon. It's sacrilege.
It is.
Where's the bacon?
Actually, speaking of Flaming Bacon, I've started work on the intro that I'm gonna make for you for Flaming Bacon.
Nice, man. I still gotta get with you guys about the XSplit stuff, set up and stuff.
Yeah, man. Whenever you got time.
Yeah.
Yep. Matt, hit us up during the week.
Yeah, I will soon.
So when is Protocol to get a release that bacon?
I mean, we know with the Boogie Shield, you're really busy and far more important than we are now.
Holy crap! The chat, CNC Panama.
Did you see
My
that?
wife recently wrecked her car because she was looking for a nutty bar in her purse. Most expensive bar ever. She was looking for this thing. These things are a 6-pack for like $1.75.
Oh man, I'm so sorry, CNC Padawan.
That sucks.
If it makes you feel any better, I know this guy's wife who backed his car into a trailer and didn't tell him about it. His trailer. So she backed his car into his trailer and busted out his rear tail light and didn't say anything. And let him drive like that and gets pulled over by a cop. The cop goes, "You know you got a rear tail light out?" I was like, "No." Oh.
You.
Nope, I didn't. I was trying to keep it ambiguous so my wife doesn't get pissed off at me if she watches the video.
Well, you're screwed now.
Yeah, I didn't screw that one up, bud.
It's all right. She'd have to watch almost 4 hours in. You're good.
She just randomly skips and it stops right there.
He likes her video. He doesn't like him.
We're gonna reveal all our secrets on this channel.
My wife is probably my most faithful viewer.
Is your wife on Twitter?
I don't know. I don't actually know if my wife has a Twitter. If so, it'd be Lady Drybones. So you guys can just cut that little piece out that I screwed
I was
up.
going to say, we'll just
Send it to her.
timestamp it and send it to her.
Fantastic. I appreciate that.
Real friends.
You're a real friend, man.
That's funny. My wife's
You've been
exactly
sleeping in the
opposite.
doghouse
She doesn't give
for
a
a
shit
while.
about anything I'm doing. She doesn't watch anything.
You're a lucky man. My wife watches everything.
My wife watched the gnome video, Google gnome video, and after she got done the ad, I looked at her. I said, "Thanks." She goes, "What?" She goes, "I didn't even watch the video yet." I said, "No, but you watched the whole ad."
My wife keeps skipping the damn ads. I'm like, please. And she actually asked me earlier today, if you like a channel, why do you sit through the whole ad? I was like, because it helps.
Because you like the channel.
Because I like that channel. Who was I watching? I was watching Alex Steele. Because I just started watching Alex Steele. He's some younger guy who's starting a blacksmithing stuff. He does blacksmithing videos once a day. And I watched his whole ad, and she goes, why are you watching the ad? It has you can skip it now. Because it helps him if I watch the whole ad, honey. She goes, really? It's like, this is clearly something you don't understand.
That's with getting the Google Homes. They gave it's like 6 months of YouTube Red for free. I feel guilty. I'm watching people's videos and they're talking about watching through the ads, and I'm like, it's been like 2 months since I've seen an ad.
Do you realize that if you got a Google Red account and you watch somebody's video, they get revenues from your Red subscription?
I do. Yep. Yeah. But when people are talking about, thanks for watching through the ad at the beginning, and I'm thinking, man, I haven't seen an ad in like 2 months or 3 months now. Like, I start to feel guilty, and I'm like, oh wait, no, you're getting paid from my YouTube Red. That's right.
Like 30% of my channel revenue is through YouTube Red.
Is it?
That's good.
Yeah, and it didn't used to be like that. I don't know what changed, but it used to be like a minuscule amount. But I guess more people are getting it.
Yeah, it's all those Google Homes.
It's worth it. Like that and Spotify are the two like premium memberships that are worth getting.
Yep.
Like not even Netflix anymore.
Having that 6 months free, I guarantee I'll continue that when I'm done with it. It's good.
One thing I have a subscription that I don't regret getting. I got Crunchyroll because I watch a lot of anime because I'm a huge nerd. It's terrible.
That's what Boogie's always talking about.
There's a reason, man. It's ad-free HD as soon as it releases in Japan anime. It works for me, and I'm supporting the people that are making the stuff.
My daughter.
Most anime that's watched is watched illegally on the internet.
You're watching all those Hamtaro cartoons from the 90s.
My daughter started watching some cartoon that I could hear it in the background. She's watching it on Netflix or something. I kept hearing it. I'm like, man, that sounds like it should be anime. Sure enough, I walked into the next room where she was watching TV, and sure enough, it's something on, I guess she's finding it on Netflix. She tells the Google Home to play it. I don't even know what the name of it is, but it's some anime cartoon that she found.
Be careful, because some of them are pretty gruesome.
This one's not. This is like geared towards kids.
Oh, okay.
It's almost like borderline like Pokemon type of thing.
Is it Yokai Watch?
I don't know. It's two kids that are like superheroes.
Yeah, because that's one Ari watches is Yokai Watch. It's like Pokemon.
Yeah.
Or like Death
My
Note.
wife watches an anime that was legitimately made for children called Banana. It's about a cat that lives inside a banana peel. I can't make this up, man.
Like Steven Universe is really good.
I haven't watched TV in 2 years, man. The internet.
Yeah, YouTube is my TV.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You should have been fixing it.
If they had 3D printing on prime time, I probably wouldn't want to watch it anyway.
I was gonna say I heard Heather there in the background somewhere.
Hey, Heather.
Hi guys. I don't know how y'all are still awake.
Well, you're still awake.
We're
Monster.
It's called being a nerd.
I'm debating on grabbing my balls.
We don't know how you're still awake.
I haven't
Dustin
even
really
been
just-
here. Your all's booties on our TV out in the living room.
Dustin, did you really just say you grabbed your balls?
Yes, he did.
No, I said I'm about to grab my balls.
Oh, okay.
He didn't do it yet. He's just warning you that he's going to.
Oh man, where's your painting when we need it?
Heather, do you want to see the biggest highlight from tonight's stream?
Yeah, Travis dancing.
What
she
about
was
Nilla
super
Bean's
fat.
painting?
There you go.
I saw.
So how proud of you are?
You guys
How-
have been on our 55-inch TV since 7 p.m.
Just remember that I still have a 4K
7? You guys have
version
been going
of
on that
like
long?
a full resolution
Oh.
4K version of that.
Travis, you so have to
Oh.
release that.
Yeah, you have to. We love it.
Yeah, you guys have been going since 7 Pacific time.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
talking-
we're
only been on for about an hour
now. What is that, 11, 12?
Yeah, go to bed.
Look, I'm sitting here waiting for a video to render so I can start uploading it. I gotta wait.
Okay, so who's going to be the first one to actually send me a pink fidget spinner? Since apparently this is my bag of failed pink fidget spinners. This is my life.
Yeah, what problems are you having with it?
It's because I haven't helped her with it and she's
Yeah,
trying to
because
do
he's
it.
being an ass. Basically, every single one that I print, the bearings don't fit in it.
But I've told you how I could fix that.
You can't call him an ass. He's famous now.
Oh, my bad. Whatever.
My
No,
partner
look, the bearings don't fit.
Like
I
too
can't
small or
put
too
bearings
big?
in.
Too
It's
small.
called sandpaper.
Yeah, sand them out, and they should fit pretty snugly for the most part.
Yeah, I
they're
was
very
like
much a
hitting
press
it
fit.
with I was hitting it with
The mallet.
a mallet.
Travis, force a bearing into one of them. Just be like, I believe in you.
No, it doesn't work.
I'm gonna help her make some. I'm gonna make my own too. I'm gonna
He
make.
was supposed to make about 12 for our family tomorrow that's coming over.
He's gonna make his first. He's
All
not
right,
gonna. Help you.
If he starts
just-
printing right now, they'll be done by the time everybody's leaving tomorrow.
Yeah, you got the Zix. They'll be ready.
No, the Zix is broken.
She broke
Oh, that's
this.
one of the broken ones.
Zix.
Oh, great.
How'd
Now
you break the
it's
Zix again?
fidget spinners.
Oh, I like how you said that I broke it again. I didn't break it the first time.
First time it broke by itself.
Yeah.
The first time it broke itself. The second time Heather did it.
Yep.
Still
I
waiting
never.
on how it broke.
Yeah, technically he broke it because he carelessly
You know what?
ripped the filament out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anytime anything like that happens, just blame Bones or Draco.
Okay.
Now you sound like my daughter, knocking stuff off the table. No, the glass did not break when it was in the air. The ground broke it.
Yeah, gravity.
Exactly. Oh, this one's close.
Gravity's that cruel mistress.
Whatever. Anyway, that's my luck at fidget spinning.
Well, Heather, you got to take the. We've
I
got
guess I'm in
Joel's hairy beard that we got to print this weekend.
Oh
so-
man, I want this so bad. I want messages, man.
All right. I'm going back out now. Bye, guys.
Alright.
Bye, Heather.
We'll see you on your TV, but you.
Well, I'll
won't-
see you.
actually, we won't see you, but you'll see us.
See, now I have my own fidget spinner. It's just a bearing.
It's invisible. It's that new Protopasta Ultra Clear.
Now I'm seriously gonna take up what Nella suggested and do a bacon fidget spinner.
Nice.
Do it.
I'm gonna print it with the bacon filament, and I'm actually gonna use bacon grease to grease it just to be funny. To make my video.
Oh yeah.
Someone needs to print an inappropriate fidget spinner.
I'm sure.
Oh, by the way, that is definitely not a dick butt. I'm just letting you know.
Sure.
The fact that you have to define that does not help your case.
Nope.
But yeah, someone needs to print an inappropriate fidget spinner,
I will make a dick butt spinner.
and then just have like, hey, look what I printed, guys, and just have a sensor bar around what you're spinning.
Well, one of these is like 2/3 of the way here. Like if you tighten the dimensions up on these sides and then
Yeah.
a little bit, like you're damn near there, and you could probably balance it with a little bit of work so it'd still spin good.
Yeah. You can do what he's doing and print nuts inside.
It's
And you have
definitely
to do it at an Digiflex so it has the right feel. You could. Oh god, that would be such a creepy feeling if you could print one of these, like in bed, one of these steel balls in some Ninjaflex with
Oh my God.
the layers being kind of thin, so it'd be kind of squishy with something hard inside.
Oh man.
We need to go to bed, obviously.
We're degraded quick.
like I said before, when he said that he put nuts inside of his fidget spinner, I told Bones, I muted the mic and I was like, oh my God, that's the first time nuts has been used in proper context on our channel. I'm serious. And now it's not being used that way anymore. So it's okay. The people that listen to us are used to that.
Oh, good.
Oh my goodness.
We should label the first 2 hours of the community chat clean, friendly for families, and the second 2 hours.
NSFW.
Yeah, because all of us, like, we were all trying to keep it PG, you know, try not to swear too much, and then it just slowly evaporated.
Yeah, it was like after midnight for me, everything kind of went downhill.
Same here, and it's 3 a.m. here, basically.
Yeah, it's 2:45.
That's what I'm saying. Basically, it's 3 a.m., 15 till.
There's a couple of us in the sexual chat that are on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising how many of us are on the East Coast right now.
I'm over here with Travis.
It's only 11:45.
By the way, this is the breakout board for the Pi 3 or Raspberry Pi. It's an older Pi. It has this little breakout board and it uses Ethernet connectors for the motors.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, that's a nice way to do it.
But I mean, I'd have to make a custom case, and then I'd have to learn CAD, and it's too much.
I've got to get a powered USB, powered USB to replace a thing in his external sound card because it took a dump.
My other one. Send me the dimensions of your Raspberry Pi. I'll throw something together in Fusion 360 for you.
Yeah, I just don't know about the board of it, but I can. Yeah, I'll put some dimensions on it.
Put something together.
Yes, send us the dimensions. Measure all the way around it, and all the little gaps and bits that are poking off of it, and the height, and then the height of everything that's on there. I could throw something together in Fusion 360 in about a half an hour.
Do you in Fusion
original Pi? I'd probably use like a Pi 0 or a Pi 3 or something.
It'd be a Pi case plus.
Yeah.
Plus.
Do you guys, when you're modeling in Fusion, do you have you ever used the canvas? Or inserting like an image for a canvas and then scaling it, calibrating the image. I've done that already for making replacement parts for my nephew's car. It actually works pretty well.
Yeah, I did it for replacing pieces on my RC cars.
I just think it's funny that there's a half a dick butt in this chat.
Somebody made stickers that were clear, so they were like black on whatever you put it on. So if you can basically discreetly hide them anywhere around the space.
Oh, I must have some of those.
Yeah.
Some guy parks really, really crappily next to you, and you just stick it to his windshield.
I actually made those. I used to work at a graphic art and vinyl cutting company, and I used to make those and put them on stuff.
Yeah, we did too. You know those I heart my whatever. My dad drew up one that was a middle finger and just kept putting a middle finger over the hearts because my dad is an asshole. And I did one better. I put clubs, like a club from the suit. So it was I club my dog or I club my wife.
You know the little like decals with the little boy like pissing on whatever, like the Ford symbol or whatever. We had some of those, and there was like 3 different guys at my work, and we cut them out for whatever vehicle they had, and they were on like their tailgates of their trucks for like a year and a half. Because they're so subtle unless you like really look for them.
That's funny, dude.
Fair enough.
All right, you guys, I'm going to start heading out because I'm going to get ready for a gaming stream. So anybody want to tag along, I'll be on there for a little while.
What's your Twitch? Or is it Twitch or live?
I'm going to do it on YouTube. My Twitch is like nothingness.
What are you playing tonight?
I am playing Conan Exiles.
Nice.
Oh, man, the Saggy Balls game.
Yeah, except for I have to censor it, so it's all covered up.
The funny thing is, I want to know what guy in the office they had to animate those balls. Like, what guy got down there and sculpted a nutsack between somebody's legs?
Yep, that's cutting edge testicular technology.
Absolutely.
Oh, you guys
That
don't know
guy
the half of
probably
it.
still
Man.
makes more on the hour than I do. Just saying.
What did you do today, honey? Oh, I sculpted a set of nuts. You did what?
Yes. Yesterday I did a penis.
Yesterday I did a penis. Today I did a set of nuts. It's real cool.
Tomorrow
When
I'm
they
doing
kneel, when they kneel and they're carrying something over their head, they just dangle there.
They got the intern to do it.
There you go.
We should do some gameplay together. There's surely like a game like Heroes of the Storm or something like that that's free to play that we could all kind of just jump in together one
Oh
night.
yeah, there's loads of games.
You guys could see me be really bad at Smite. We could all play Smite together once.
There are so many free to play games that are multiplayer. We could definitely do something like that.
I'd be up for playing, making myself look like a fool if it's a free game.
Oh yeah. The other game we suggested, Golf with Friends, is like $5, and it's fun to play on your own because you're not raging because someone else is doing 100 times better than you. But there's also that game. We have what we call AIDS mode. It's where the ball shape and size changes. So the ball can be like you could get a star, you could get a hockey puck, you could get an acorn, and they could be any size relative to the hole. And you can turn gravity down, and you can turn the ground, make the ground bouncy.
How'd you guys become hosts of the stream?
I don't know. I guess you guys like us. I hope.
Yep.
Lesson learned.
Listen, like,
You lost a bet, I think.
Yeah.
I think I need to rethink the whole first person to volunteer gets it.
Well, we're sorry that it was us that had to make you come to this.
Have a qualification list maybe that you have to like meet at least one of the checkboxes.
Have one video that does not have balls in it.
Oh, I was just talking about the balls for the game for golf. I was going completely innocent with this, guys.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, you smack you like in this game. It really does frustrate the hell out of you.
He's like, yeah, as I was saying, you smack the balls. You smack them around. They're different
You
shapes.
smack the balls.
The conversation is gone.
If you smack them hard, they fly far, far away.
It's just random ramblings now and laughter.
Please don't tell me that they're random colors.
No,
No,
you
they're
can
all
make
blue.
your own color.
Huh?
oh, you guys.
Okay, and on that note, I'm out of here.
Get out of here.
Oh, man.
Probably get ready to ship this.
Yeah.
Stream at this point.
I think so. We beat the A-Pyro record at this point.
Well, because all of us are it devolved so quickly after we all got tired.
I wasn't even drinking tonight. I'm just like,
I
that's
know,
sleep
neither was
kind
I.
of movie.
We
A
were
couple
drinking.
people were drinking, and I'm like, I left the beer upstairs.
Yeah.
I've just been relaxing, hanging out with you guys,
Yeah, it's been fun.
which has been really fun, actually.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here now. Got some of those neodymium magnets or whatever the hell you guys said they were. Shut up.
Hold that back up again.
God, they're so fun. They just like
Thanks.
it's like a little purse. I sat here and made like a little purse.
I made a little purse.
Surprised you haven't tried to turn it into a fidget spinner.
I was trying to get them to like stick. We're back. I was trying to get these to stick to my balls, but they won't contour to the roundness.
Hey, it wasn't me this time.
What was that?
It wasn't me this time.
Yeah. No, definitely. I'm glad you guys hosted. I appreciate.
Oh, no
appreciate
problem,
you
man.
hosting it.
Thank you for letting us host, and thanks for having us.
Definitely was just joking about the whole. How'd you guys get to be a host?
It wouldn't shock me. I've heard worse things.
Oh,
I
yeah.
still can't believe that he drew half a dick butt.
It fell off the wall. and I think he started taking it apart by that point.
Yeah.
All right, so how do we close this out tonight, guys?
Should be, I think it's top right corner, should say about like end stream or go offline or something like that.
Stop broadcast.